I don't want to be creative.
Oh my God, you're awesome. Are you kidding me? Ready, and we're live and good to go.
Okay, great. For those that would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance, please go ahead.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a regular meeting of the Silverton Board of Trustees. It is March 28th, 2022, and the time is 7:02 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Trustee Barilla.
Here.
Trustee Harper. Here. Trustee Wiegert. Here. Trustee Bierma. Here. Trustee George. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Marty. Not here at the moment. Mayor Furman.
Here.
Yeah.
All right. So first, do we have any staff or board revisions to tonight's agenda?
I do have one request to add a county letter of support to the agenda that I emailed to you all earlier for the congressional spending, and I would like to add that right before 4A. Sorry. And then I would like to remove agenda item 7B due to lack of attendance. This meeting didn't occur.
I'm sorry, which?
7B. So it would be in trustee updates, or I think, or committee updates.
Copy.
All right, does that sound good to everybody?
We have head nods.
Okay, cool. Any other revisions to tonight's agenda by any of the board members? Okay. At this time, we will move to public comment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please introduce yourself at the beginning of the comment. We'll start with in-person comments, and I would request that someone in the room facilitate. And then after that, we can move to Zoom attendee comments.
I'd like to make a comment about something that is on the agenda for later.
Come on up to the podium so everyone can hear you.
Do you guys prefer that I comment on your agenda item now or during the agenda item?
We opened it.
Okay, well, essentially later on your agenda, you guys will be looking at what Cole's put together for a dark sky community, adding Silverton to that list. I haven't specifically looked at what Cole's put together, but I am familiar with Dark Sky Association and becoming a dark sky community. And I just wanted to spend a couple of seconds. I won't take up too much of your time to advocate for that. Astrophotography is a user group that is probably larger than people might think. And simply by adding Silverton or any of our parks to that list, you really make us a destination for that user group, for astrophotographers. I know you guys have probably all seen a picture of a mountain town with mountains in the background at night with the night sky. It's a very, very popular shot in astrophotography. Even I think it was Vincent van Gogh painted Starry Night, which is exactly that shot, only in a painting. It's really popular. And I think Silverton is as good as any town in Europe or anywhere else for that type of photography. And who knows, maybe just the right person will take just the right picture that will put us on just the right cover of just the right magazine that will help facilitate more visits to town. I think that the concessions are pretty small. So I kind of consider it low hanging fruit. This is something that you can go after that's not going to require a huge shift or a huge change. There's certainly some, and certainly our community has to commit to some level of change. But when you look at the potential to gain, it's worth it. I mean, these guys are not as big a user group as OHVs or hikers or something of that nature, but they're there and this is easy to do. And so I just would recommend that you guys support this. And maybe not exactly what's coming in front of you tonight, but definitely dedicate yourselves to doing the easy thing of making this town a dark sky community. And Molis Lake is also a prime place to be a dark sky park. If anybody wants to know about astrophotography or how many there really are, just take any day of the year and go visit the Great Sand Dunes and walk out onto the Great Sand Dune area at night and see the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that are there every single night to take photos. It's pretty cool, you guys. So consider it. It's just another user group. I think we should be open and welcome to any user group that could potentially come here and use hotels and eat in restaurants and that sort of thing, especially if it requires very little concessions from us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Thank you.
And that's all our in-person, Shane.
Okay, great. For those that are on Zoom, if you'd like to click the raise hand button in order to comment, we can promote you to panelist. I'm not seeing any at this time, so we will go ahead and close this public comment period and move along to item number 3 on our agenda, presentations and proclamations, a Dark Sky Communities application. I believe Cole Davenport is here to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, board, for allowing me to do this. This is my proposal for you guys to make in Silverton a dark sky community. This agenda is going to cover a few things. Next slide, please. Introduction to why we're here, why I'm here. The benefits of preserving a dark sky, benefits of the destination of an international and a dark sky association mission. Does Silverton need to do anything more? And the proposed next steps. Next slide, please. Introduction. Why I'm here, or why we're here as a community, as anywhere as a dark sky association. Silverton, as a dark sky, has the efforts of becoming and formally recognized as an international dark sky association. Excuse me. The dark sky starry night is a natural resource that we're slipping away across the country as a planet. Just like clean air that we breathe and the water we drink. Southwest Colorado has one of the last dark skies in the United States. It deserves our efforts to preserve it. We here are to propose that the town of Silverton recognize our community as a dark sky. Next slide, please. This is a map of our Southwest Colorado. As you see in the reds, all of our really big area, like in Montrose, has a red area. This is our sky pollution. This is affecting everybody that cannot see the dark sky. As you see right there as a little red pin mark, this is us as Silverton, the little tiniest part. Next slide, please. All right, the benefit of protecting the dark sky. To minimize the light pollution and the glare. To protect the citizens from unwanted outdoor lighting that enters the home and businesses. To promote energy conservation by promoting efficient and use of lighting, excuse me. The responsible application of lighting is to maintain the light time, safety, utility, and personal and property security without taking away the actual notification of, having safety being, rid of your properties and such forth. To help maintain and mitigate the sleep regulation between citizens and animal life due to stray light and chlorinated color temperature of lighting that is approximate to sunlight. This would be considered as a Kelvin. The Kelvin would be the color temperature, not necessarily the how bright or how hot it would be. It would be more like what you would see in a building inside versus outdoor. Also, another point of helping to maintain the rural atmosphere of a small town characteristics of Silverton. Everybody wants to come into Silverton, see the beautiful lights, come down and see it, but we don't need it just necessarily spraying up in the air, which would be nice because we just want our ambiance of our town. Next slide, please. All right, the benefits of the destination and the International Dark Sky Association mission. The IDA is currently designated. Now, this has changed just recently. Now there's 35 places around the world. Croatia just made their city one of the cities just recently, one of the Dark Skies Associations. So there's 35 now. We could potentially be 36, hopefully. Recognizing and promoting excellent stewardship of the night skies through responsibility of the lighting and public education. With public education, I have actually put out a bunch of brochures out now just recently as of today. If anybody wants to come to town hall and pick up some, please feel free. Matt Green, as our clerk, will point them out to you directly. A few places on our list of already dark sky places or communities, would be Ridgeway, Creststone, Norwood, Nucula, Nadarita, West Cliff, Silver Cliff. That's in Colorado. We could be Silverton. Utah, there's two places. Pronouncing this name. Torrey and Helper, Utah. And then, of course, in Arizona, Sedona, Flagstaff, Fountain Hills, Cottonwood, Fountain Hill, and like I said, this was, this was a updated version that I have right here in front of me. But anyway, so Foothills in Arizona. Also, in many places as a national parks and state parks in this area as well, not just necessarily dark skies. Like I said, Malcolm was just describing, we could have Mullis Pass, one of the primest places. You can go up there and take beautiful night sky photographs. The IDA's definition and criteria and application process is universal, recognized globally as a dark sky preservation standard. So if we adopt what's going on to happen here soon, we could potentially be on an international dark sky scale where people will come in, like Malcolm was saying, is it called astro-tourism? Brings in people with telescopes and things like that. And it'll bring educational opportunity to students and people who are alike that want to look up. So Silverton is a perfect candidate for that reason. We already have our street renovations up to date. We are IDA compliant with our streetlights. We are at the 3,000 Kelvin light and shade area of most of our streetlights. San Miguel, next slide, please. Thank you. Getting ahead of myself. So as Silverton that needs to do more as a community, well, we document within every lighting ordinances, and what we have is a small one, which is already having dark skies in it. So if you look up anything inside our municipal code, we have IDA 8. Can we make it compliant? A few people in the past have helped us out. Full cutoff shields, lighting fixtures for any new lighting fixtures. San Miguel Power has offered to help replace some of the lighting fixtures around town if need be, since Silverton actually rents them from them, or leases, excuse me. The limited color of what everybody would be in town would be around 3,000 Kelvins or less, beneficial, due to just lighting and light blindness and light pollution. This would be not changing anything except for the matter of just keeping the ambiance down. To consider the limits of the brightness per unit of the area, that would be, you could guys, anybody could want, if there's educational material, like I said, I brought up here, that if you need help, if a light bulb burns out, you'll be required, of course, to give the requirement of 3,000 Kelvins or less to your own home with additional security things and features of everything else that would help you guys feel assured that nothing's gonna affect our town. Consider motion detectors and fixtures, of course. Letters of support of the IDA process and the application process, which would be helpful for, like was Mr. McDougall Malcolm here, had come up here and voiced his opinion. If anybody else wants to voice their opinion, it'd be great for them to please write a letter to the IDA, the International Dark Sky Association, or the town of Silverton, or myself. I will provide my information to everybody if needed. Holding an outreach educational events like public events, like having a club that comes in and does like telescope teaching taught processes of going out here to Memorial Park and setting up for a night and doing a special event. And then there's a night sky brightness and measurement program, which that doesn't really, the IDA doesn't really have to have the sky quality meter checks as long as we have our ambiance down with the 3000 kelvins. Please. Thank you. Attending the appliances, attaining the appliances of the lighting specifications. Enforcement, people are always going to be concerned about enforcement. Enforcement will be like, say, like a new construction building permit processing, where people will actually just go ahead and get the new, update the lighting right there as being said, with the new, hopefully adopted lighting ordinances that will come through town. Modern light bulbs have lumens, the color temperature, of course, I pointed out, of course, they have it on the packaging. Education updates, which I have here that I described here in town. The joint town SMPA and efforts and the free materials, of course, provided by the IDA and myself, as I can be a liaison to this. Also, if needed, any updated and non-compliant town and privately owned lighting upgrades for this can be done in a couple of years. We don't have to necessarily have to do this right away. We have up to 10 years once you guys, the board, agrees and everybody in town agrees that we can actually make up a dark sky community. We have 10 years after we get certified by the IDA. So that gives us ample amount of time for any light bulbs to burn out. So then everybody could come compliant with that, so it doesn't make it a burden ship on anybody else or businesses or individuals. Yes, thank you. The proposed next steps. So I propose the town, request the town for the trustees to have a resolution supporting this initiative. Would be great. To present the maturity of the draft lighting ordinances, updating to the town's new processing of this, which is coming down. The process of this is actually being copied down from another dark sky community that has been compliant with the IDA. Now, keep in mind that the IDA might change their ordinances or guidelines, excuse me, to a more strict or a stricter ordinance. So for the town to move on this would help the town greatly to be grandfathered in. So the updating ordinances would be grateful. We're working on that right now to make sure that we're okay with this. If the town's okay with this, we'll be next submitting a new town ordinance up to the IDA to give them our bless, so they could give us our blessing, and then submit it to our town and county planner and have them go through it and hopefully adopt it. All right, so anyway, next slide, please. Oh, no, go back, I'm sorry. And one last thing, the initial processing of the IDA opening the case file is $250 for the application fee to open a case. That gets us right there into the process of where we can be on the roll of becoming a dark sky community. I am willing to put up the $250 for that application fee, just so I can assure you guys that this is a very, very productive thing for the town to move forward with. And considering with educational processing and for children and adults who like to gaze up at the stars. Next slide, please. So the backup slides now, this is a lot entailment, and I'm not going to go through anymore because I feel like I'm going ahead and past my time closely. These backup slides are more or less for what's going on in Black Canyons area in Ridgeway. Next slide, please. This is just a quick overview of what the magnitudes are over here on the left side of what it is per square acre, which it basically would say how much area of the light was shined down onto a ground per acre, per square meter, or however you want to break it down. Next slide, please. And so anyway, this is, like I said, coming to the end of it. There's a link here that if anybody wants to go to, which I mean, you can follow it online on the documents, am I correct? You guys can click that link. It will show you all the interesting things that the dark skies have for the world. And this is a world thing, ladies and gentlemen. We could put Silverton on a map of a very clever dark sky community, and we don't have to turn off the lights. That's one thing a lot of people want to like understand that don't understand. And they come up and ask me and several other people. It's like, no, we do not turn off the lights. We just give it a warm glow. So anyway, that's my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you guys so much for your time, the town board, Mr. Mayor, and also the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cole.
Cheers.
Thank you, Cole.
Thank you.
Trustees, before Cole takes off, any questions for him?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, is there any questions for me? I'm so sorry.
Are you guys, this is sort of a clarifying question for you, Cole. So I was thinking about, well, first, I just want to say thanks for the presentation. I think it's so important. I think that I really support the idea of dark skies in Silverton, and I agree with you 100% that it would create, like, it's part of what makes living here so cool and magnificent and stunning. And it is really special and can be, you know, spoiled really easily. And so overall, like, I have a lot of support for this.
Thank you, ma'am.
And my clarifying questions are, one is, you were talking about that timeline of 10 years to achieve it. And so I wanted to sort of understand that a little bit. Like, are we reaching out to businesses and residents the next 10 years and we're having goals that are exceeding a certain level replaced? Am I clear about that? And is that a resident's decision to make, or is that something that the town? I know you talked about the building.
Yeah, no worries. I can clarify that really quick. So with adopting a new lighting ordinance, which we have a very vague one right now, we only like have about a half a page worth of ordinance right there on lighting. And most of it is actually right here as paragraphed here in section 16-8-10 under general addition regulations, section 2, lighting. It shall be provided a safe nighttime environment while preserving the dark sky environment of the area and view of stars. Fixture style should be consistent with the rural mountain character of the area and such of scale consistent with their function. And it goes down to subsections. In all cases, lighting should not extend beyond all its tasks. Full cutoff fixtures are required. Motion detectors and timers are encouraged whenever appropriate. Spillover lighting shall not be permitted. Lighting shall be reflected away of adjoining properties. The use of low wattage, high lighting products, is encouraged. And the use of voltage or other renewable energy courses is encouraged. So this is very, very, a small section of what we have now as a town code.
And it's only applying to new builds.
This is only applying to now. So the lighting ordinances that now being drafted will require all new businesses to have all such shielding and all such kelvins of that lighting. It's just not that difficult, yes. But the older buildings, as you described, well, we have 10 years. We have 10 years to be able to make sure that a dying light bulb dies out periodically within less than that. So just twisting the new one and we're compliant. We, like I said, as a town, 10 years is a great deal. A light bulb doesn't last 10 years.
Right, yeah, okay.
I mean, even my LED ones.
And we would undergo that process in working with existing businesses and residents over the next 10 years to move towards dark sky compliant fixtures.
Yes, ma'am, completely 100%.
I have a question. How do they measure whether or not we already fit into the dark sky category? I mean, just based on
how dimly lit town is already? Like, is there a way that they measure that like on a wider scale? And they're just like, oh, look, and then if there is something like that and we measure somewhere on that scale, then it'll give us a better idea of, what progress we need to make. Is there?
Oh, that's good. That's a great question. So there is what they call an SQM, is a sky quality meter. I actually just got one in the mail today. This thing is a really clever device. What it does is it takes a magnitude of the light and how it shines down, and it gives it it shows you the ambiance of how much light pollution there is. Like I said, I purchased this myself because I'm very avid about dark skies. I love going out to Moas Pass. I love going out other places, but I also like to be able to take photos of a nice town background. Shows very beautiful photos. But yes, so with that being said, MPA has already given me their guide, and I wish I probably should have submitted it, but they gave me their the road lights that they have, the specifications, and very much down here at the bottom, it says meets the IDA's dark sky compliance of 3,000 kelvins or less.
Okay.
That's how as I did my research and everybody talked to a lot of people with SMPA, we are well ahead of the curve. We can literally accept and adopt this within the next day or two, or however long it is for you guys want to help in the community, that we can actually get this ball rolling. We could be IDA certified within maybe a couple months. Yes, ma'am.
So everybody needs to understand that kelvins and lumens are two different things.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
not going to lose the amount of light that a light puts off.
Correct.
What you're going to do is you're going to restrict the color, and the
Correct.
color keeps that more of an
Ambient, the downward glow, the glow.
It's more of a glow rather than a bright white light or a brighter blue light.
A sunlight.
So, but I don't think a lot of people ever read light bulb boxes.
It is. It is.
In the community aware that next time you go, hey, maybe I should actually look at that, because the whole gradient is on these things. I mean, that's why they give you those little light boxes at Home Depot to stick your hand in.
There's a million different types of lights.
People need to understand you're not taking away the safety of the lumens, which is the amount of volume of light you get. You're just changing the color.
The color, correct.
So that's pretty important for people to understand.
Yes, ma'am. And I think I did mention it briefly that we're not turning off the lights.
You're just, so when
Yes,
that bulb burns out, just make sure you get one that's
compliant. Yes. And this will keep us as a community energy efficient. This will keep us with our electrical bills, or they're just now astronomically growing. This will help us as a town to keep that down. There's a couple other people in town who've expressed major not concerns, but wanting to do this. For instance, Ms. Rosado, Gianna, excuse me, sorry. Many people's heads going through my head right now, but she made a brilliant night sky town photo, and she did it at her own time. And that's just amazing that people want to put their time to do such a thing. Mr. Roy Cowie, thank you. He expressed his knowledge and things about this project of actually helping create shielding for the town if they need help and they can afford it. I mean, this, like I said, we've got 10 years once we actually get certified. Town has adapted to a lot of things in 10 years.
Cole, can I just add something to that?
And the mayor has.
I just wanted to say to kind of address your question real quick. You guys, I'm sorry to jump in. I'm going to give Cole a hand real quick. It would require a change to our current lighting ordinance. That change would require us to say something specific to the effect of within 10 years, outside lighting needs to be changed to bulbs that are less than 3,000 Kelvin. That's how the International Dark Sky Association kind of controls the light levels of everything from the smallest parks to the largest areas like Tucson, Arizona is a dark sky community. And obviously they have a lot more lights than we do. Is the ambient light of Silverton currently right now under the amount of light that Tucson generates? Of course it is. Yes, are we compliant with that standard? Sure we are, but they require that limit of kelvins for outside lighting to prevent you from ever exceeding, or ever growing to the point where you've exceeded that amount of light. But we
don't want
currently,
to
to answer your
become
question, we
New York.
currently would be compliant based on the level of light, but they also will require you to, within 10 years, have all of your outside light.
They want to see
those.
that you're keeping up with the program, and
Yeah, correct. 100%.
That's kind of their
yes.
way of controlling it from the standpoint of, we're not going to go over to every single dark sky community and do light readings every single night. But if we know if everybody has these bulbs of this type, that it really controls the overall ambience. And so the current ordinance would need to be changed some. I don't think it would be much, but you may see some people in town saying, hey, I want to be able to use whatever bulbs I want to be able to use. Well, like Cole said, these are more energy efficient, which if a conservationalist for me, that's also really, really important.
Hold on just one sec. Mayor Furman, you had a question?
Yeah, so, well, we're getting a little over time, but I did want to make sure we carved out time for Val, who's a virtual attendee. If I recall correctly, she's a representative from Ridgeway that Cole invited to the meeting as part of the presentation. So if we can promote Val to panelist for her to make her comment, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I want to introduce Mr. Val. He is a dark sky advocate for Ridgeway. He's been working with me a great deal with this and helping me. Mr. Val, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. My name is Val Schwark. I led the effort for Ridgeway to become a dark sky community, and that was designated in July of 2020. Also here just last year, I led the effort for Top of the Pines in Ouray County, a Ouray County owned recreation area that is a dark sky park. And so I've been working with Cole on basically what he needs to do, since I am also a member of the board of directors for the Colorado chapter of IDA. That's the International Dark Sky Association. So I've been helping Cole basically prepare for this initiative, and to prepare to ask the trustees for their approval on that. So I just want to maybe point out a few things. Is you refer to Kelvin. Kelvin is a name of a temperature scale, same as Fahrenheit and Celsius. And so when you think of 3,000 degrees Kelvin, that's the color temperature of an object. For instance, the sun has a color temperature of about 5,000 or 5,500 degrees Kelvin. And so you can get LED bulbs that are labeled as daylight, for instance, and because they have a color temperature of about 5,000 or 5,500. And so just to clarify that sort of question and discussion that's been going on, and so as Cole pointed out, is that the town of Silverton would have to update their lighting ordinance to be something that IDA would bless, basically, or approve, and it would meet their current standards to preserve the dark sky in the Silverton area. So if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
And Mr. Val here is very informative. He's, like I said, he's been on a big movement of this for a long time. I've been in contact with him for over a month and a half, 2 months, maybe now. He's very correct about what he says. I've been in touch with the IDA myself. The IDA has said if the town of Silverton would like to adopt this as a dark sky community, they will go through and help us be compliant and keep us compliant. And there is like a yearly updated thing where we have to do like a yearly checkup with them like that, which is not a big deal. It's just, it takes, we as a community can make clubs where we have this, where people can come in, like Mr. Val here, and come in here and help us as a group keep the preservation of our skies. I mean, this is a dying thing. Miss Gloria here, our administrator, she did her dissertation on dark skies and an economy of it. Very, 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 very intriguing deal. The tourism factor of it was jumping tourism on. Sorry.
Mayor is.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. We're
So
running out of time. We're running out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cole.
Yes.
I think this is super informative. I would say let's now have like a brief trustee discussion. Unless anybody has objections, I think I'd recommend to trustees that we give staff direction to look into this and provide a recommendation about a direction to move forward. Whether or not, it's burdensome or administratively burdensome, or if it's a great idea all around. But I feel like, everyone sounds pretty excited about it. So maybe we can give staff direction to look into it further.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds good.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Board of Trustees.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Cole. And thank you, Malcolm, and thank you, Val. But yeah, trustee discussion real quick. Anyone have an objection to that suggestion or want to talk about anything else before we close out this topic?
I think they covered all the things that I was interested in. It's economically friendly, environmentally friendly, because we use less energy. It could be an economic driver. And, it saves money, I think, in the long term. And I would love to see it. So.
Much agreed.
Very, very much in favor.
Agreed.
Jess? Oh, thumbs up. Great. Okay, wonderful. So Gloria, any other clarification you'd like from us?
No, at this time, next meeting, I will present you all with a resolution and a background on how this can apply to Silverton and how we can move forward.
Nice.
And you can read my dissertation if you want.
Spoiler. Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank everyone for a great discussion. All right. So we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is new 4A, the county letter of support relating to congressional spending.
Can you please promote Anthony Edwards to panelist? And this came to you all kind of last minute because we do have the congressional direct spending, and that is due on April 8th. So this is a letter of support for what the county is asking for, and I will let Anthony kind of take it from here. Maybe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks, Gloria. My camera's not working right now, so I apologize. Realize this is a little late in the packet, but it was to circumvent meeting with having you all meet again. Obviously there was support by the town in our request for the request under the comment under the consent decree and what we were working on in that realm, but we're not sure. We don't know where the DOJ and where the judge will go in that case. And so this is a second way we're trying to get the funds from the United States for the cooperative agreement. And so we would ask that the town of Silverton support that request that we're going to submit into our congressional delegation.
So do we need a motion for that?
A motion to, yeah.
I would leave that to Gloria. I don't know you necessarily need a motion, but I think that it's important that you all are aware that that you're in alignment for the support before we ask for it.
And that's how I gauge the alignment of support is through a motion. So I would need a motion.
Okay, so I'll make a motion for staff to write a letter of support for the Bonita Peak Mining District Communication Liaisons document for the cooperative agreement.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Trustee Barilla.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Uyghur.
Yes.
Trustee Bierma.
Yeah.
Trustee George.
My camera.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. All right, moving on to our next agenda item, which is new business 4A, old 4A, public hearing, town rezoning application proposed. Is that Crochet office, garage and employee housing, lot 7-8, block 31 on Mineral Street between 11th and 12th Streets, Silverton, Colorado. And just a reminder for everybody, for the public hearing process, we will hear a brief overview from staff. Then the applicant will be given an opportunity to present. Then we'll have an opportunity to have a Q&A. The Q&A will close, or I'm sorry, then public comment. Then that will all close and we'll have trustee discussion and decision.
Matt, can you promote Lisa as well? And then I think Mr. Crote's here.
And just for clarification, I think I flip-flopped that. We'll do public comment and then Q&A.
Cool. If y'all are ready, I can go ahead and give just a project overview for this one from the staff. So this is a proposed town rezoning application. The applicant is Nick Croce, and he and his business partner are also developing the Airy Silverton Lodge up Cement Creek near Silverton Mountain. And as part of their county improvement permit, they've been required to construct and use a transportation facility in town to alleviate the traffic and parking in Cement Creek Canyon and up County Road 110. This project site is located on the 1100 block of Mineral Street. It's a 2-lot parcel, and it's actually located at the confluence, or I guess the boundary of ED, R2, and across the street is BP zone. And the applicant is within the R2 zone on their parcel currently. And in an effort to provide some off-street parking and to provide a transportation facility, and another proposed land use is in a employee housing unit, the applicant has proposed this rezoning to ED because it is right next to the ED zone, and the proposed land use appears to comply with the current ED regulations. The Planning Commission reviewed this application at their February 15th meeting. They reviewed the proposal was to apply for an EDL, limited overlay district zoning change, and the limited overlay district provides just some more stringent requirements where if there were typical ED uses, we might want to limit those typical ED uses with this zoning change so that it's more compatible with the adjacent properties. The Planning Commission actually determined or recommended that that limited overlay district would not be necessary, though you'll find some of those limited overlay district requirements in the proposed conditions of approval in this staff report. If you guys want, I can go ahead and share my screen now, and I'm just looking at the conditions of approval that we have proposed, and I can just go over those with you here now. Number one, we just proposed that all storage of materials or outside commercial activities shall be screened from view if expected. And if there's any fencing, we just want to make sure that there's no propane conflict, though the applicant is not proposing any propane on this site. Number two, we are proposing a limitation of noise, vibration, dust, odor, nuisance to, again, not unduly detriment the surrounding residential properties. Condition 3, looking for appropriate landscaping to blend with the adjacent properties. Number 4, the applicant does include off-street parking. That we are saying that this off-street parking shall be constructed and in operation prior to any commercial activity taking place, just so that the transportation facility is actually doing its intended purpose. Condition 5, there's no signage included in this application, so a town sign permit would be required prior to any signage being constructed. Number 6, any outdoor lighting shall be in compliance with the municipal code. Obviously, that could change as we just talked about in our last presentation, though that's the intention of having dark skies compliant with our regulations. Number 7, there is a historic structure on site that the applicant has proposed to demo and rebuild. The Planning Commission did talk about this and confirm that there's a historical precedent to rebuild on an existing structure footprint within 1 year of damage due to fire or inability to rehab. This is just a condition to make sure that we do not, they do not exceed the existing setbacks. At number 8, the application is near the avalanche hazard overlay district. We're not requiring any kind of avalanche permit at this time because they appeared to have showed that they were outside of the blue zone. But this is just a condition acknowledging that the applicant should acknowledge the risk and that the town is not liable. And then conditions 9 and 10 are our standard, the most stringent requirements of any laws or building inspector would apply. And number 10, any violation would cause this application to be voided by the Board of Trustees. And then actually number 11, Lisa and I wanted to highlight since the Planning Commission meeting that any proposed exterior protrusions of the green bar structure shall meet the minimum lot line setbacks. That's just in addition to any of the existing footprints. We don't want them exceeding the setback line of the other side of the property. And I guess if you had any more questions for the conditions or the planning specifics, I'd be happy to go over them. I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen and you guys can defer to the applicant as well.
Thank you very much. Who did I just interrupt accidentally?
I have a question.
We're not quite there yet.
Okay.
So this is a summary by Clark, and then we're now going to give the applicant an opportunity to speak. Any clarification or additions you'd like to make that, or anything else you'd like to present to the board in connection with this public hearing.
How you doing, guys? Yeah, this is Nick Croce here. Yeah, just want to say thanks for taking the time to look at this tonight. Can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
You can. Welcome, and
Okay,
thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of, I guess, give a quick kind of overview of kind of what the intention of this property and this little project is. As Clark mentioned, one of our conditions of approval for the lodge up the canyon is to provide for safe parking area. Obviously, parking that does not get in the way of the county road and any snow removal, plowing, things like that. There's obviously avalanche hazard up the canyon, all that stuff. So, so we wanted to use this property in town as a kind of safe and efficient way to have guests come into town, park their vehicles off street on our property. There will be a welcome reception office there for guests to check in, and then we can transfer them into our own staff vehicles, like a 4x4 van or something like that, and shuttle them up to the lodge. So that's the intention there. And then in addition to that kind of welcome reception office, we would like to renovate the existing green barn and turn that into like a 2-bedroom employee housing unit, essentially like an apartment, which I think is also important, to provide housing for staff.
Matt, can you promote Chris as well?
Yeah, so that's the general idea of kind of this project here. And I think I guess given that there would be sort of this residential and commercial component to it, and we were needing to look into rezoning it to something more compatible for that use.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. I think you can. Okay.
And just to quickly introduce you, Chris, you're the
architect.
Yeah.
Correct. Great. And so Clark gave a very thorough explanation of the project. I don't need to add a whole lot to that. Nick did as well. The main thing I just wanted to add was that we're really trying to maintain the existing facade of the structure towards the front, towards Mineral Street.
as much as possible. I think this could be a really fun and good reuse of the existing structure there. And then also, I just wanted to add, we will be adding a new foundation to the structure, and so that is, something that we just want to make sure that that's included in this, so that you know that. So it'll get a foundation and other code-related improvements, which will require some excavation. But when it's all said and done, we want the building to be, exactly in place where it is, and to remain as historically accurate as possible. That's all I needed to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nick, anything else you'd like to add before we open up to public comment?
No, not really. I mean, yeah, Chris kind of just hit the nail on the head there. It is a very cool looking old historic barn, and yeah, so we plan to preserve the exterior facade as much as we can, and keep it looking like an old historic barn. And it's really more of a restoration than a renovation is kind of the way I like to look at it. Kind of bring it back to life, and like Chris said, bring it up to code, and yeah, make it a really cool spot for a couple of people to live and work in town.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we'll open up public comment. And just remind everyone, the comment needs to be limited to this particular public hearing.
And we don't have anyone in person.
Okay, great. I do see two Zoom attendees with their hands raised. So it looks like first we have someone who's has their name listed as Anita. Anita, you have the floor. Please introduce yourself and then go ahead with your comment.
And Anita, you might be on mute.
Anita, can you hear us? Do you know how to unmute? Okay, maybe we should move to Melody and see if Anita can figure it out.
Yeah, so Anita, if you can hear us, we're going to go ahead and promote our other public comment to panelists. And if you are able to figure out how to unmute during that time, we'll come back to you after Melody's comment.
Hey, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Good. I think that this project, from the very beginning, when I first heard of it, is wonderful and going to be great for the community. And I hope you authorize what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita, if you look at the bottom left of your screen, if you're doing this on a computer, you should see a mute and unmute button at the bottom of the Zoom window. If you click on that, you should be able to unmute yourself. Well, I suppose since that doesn't seem to be working, we can move along to Q&A. And I would note that if Anita is able to figure this out while we're doing Q&A, we can come back to her public comment. So we'll now move to, oh, is it? I need to figure out how to unraise your hand perhaps, but in any event, let's go to trustee discussion and Q&A.
Yeah, I had just a couple of things. I'm a little bit concerned that we're rezoning R2 to EDL when we're having such a hard time already with housing. And I noted that they will be putting housing, employee housing, on the property, but I also noted that if we change it to EDL, the footprint for a a dwelling has to be 500 feet and the footprint for their employee housing is 410 square feet. And then also I read somewhere, and I can't find it, that there was going to be housing for possibly 2 employees there. And was that going to be out of the same building, or was that going to be out of 2 different buildings?
Yeah, so that's, it would be a 2-bedroom apartment in the one building, in the one green barn. So a few different ways how we could lay it out, but probably like 2 bedrooms upstairs in the loft or something like that.
Marisol.
And I believe once we get through this process, we were planning to apply for a variance as far as the square footage for the footprint goes. If I remember that correctly. To look back at zoning.
I just had one quick question. Since this is supposed to be supplemental parking for the area, I counted the 6 spots, I think, off, on the property itself, plus the 2 street spots. So 8 in total. I was wondering what the occupancy of the area is. The one public comment letter we got was concerning parking availability. So I was just curious, what that ratio was of number of vehicles parked here relative to number of guests expected at the area plus employees.
Yeah, so the occupancy at the area obviously, could vary, but we're aiming for somewhere around 18 guests. So depending on how many guests per vehicle there are or something like that, this would be our primary parking facility. We would use this primarily, to fit as many as we can in there. And then if we needed to, if we had, say, more guests coming into town and we needed more parking space, then we could certainly look into, and this was kind of an idea we had before we even purchased this property, was just to simply find other space in town where we could rent or lease parking space, essentially from some other private, privately owned property. And this is kind of really more of an issue in the wintertime. We don't want any cars parking on, County Road 110, obviously anywhere during the wintertime. But in the summertime, we do have plenty of parking space on our property, off of the county road easement, outside the county road easement right of way, on our own private property. And there's obviously no avalanche hazard during summertime. So we have plenty of additional parking up there as well. This is really more of a wintertime thing.
Molly has her hand up.
Okay, so one proposal says EDL and the other says just ED. So what was the true clarification that we are looking at? Can you answer that, Clark?
Yeah, the motion and the conditions are meant to just be a change to ED. That's what we recommended to the Planning Commission, and that's what the Planning Commission recommended as well. We just added some of those limited overlay conditions for, like I mentioned, the blending of the land uses.
Thank you.
And Lisa.
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify that back to what Tyler asked about, which is the green building is existing and it's approximately 20 by 20, 400 square foot. And the regulations for the ED zone require that any dwelling unit have 500 square feet of floor area. So the green structure that would be used as employee housing, it does have a second story. So I do not think that a variance would be required because it's 20 by 20 times 2 stories. So it would, in my opinion, it would in fact already meet the ED regulations. And I'm noticing, as a side note, a lot of rezoning that the ED is suddenly very desirable because it allows for mixed use, business, as well as housing on site. So suddenly ED is providing flexibility to allow for employee housing on the same parcel as some sort of business.
Thank you for the clarification, Lisa. I didn't realize it was 2-story.
Right. Yeah, Lisa, I just pulled that up myself. Sorry,
Elevation pictures that we were given.
I wanted to correct myself, but it is it's about 700 square feet total with both levels.
Well, I'll just say what I said to Tyler. There was no actual elevation in our drawings. We only had just the flat overlay. So it is a little bit odd to, just hard to distinguish since we're not all architects here.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I kind of wanted to go back to the zoning comment and, you know, in a lot of these meetings, we're hearing different opinions, and I appreciated, Clark, that you put just the real short article in our packets about spot zoning, because that's come up and I've heard issues sort of presented from multiple perspectives on the idea of spot zoning. And what stood out to me in that article is that when we make decisions like this to, so-called spot zone something, that it's consistent with master planning and intentions of the community. And so as we've been working on our master planning process and going through some of those learning workshops that we've done with community builders, because we're in a bit of a sticky position, this will be what makes having the master plan complete, I think, so great, is we will be able to point to the master plan and have an actual document that aligns the community vision and values with some of these decisions. But since we don't have it yet, my overall comment on the zoning issue is we can see on the maps that it butts right into the ED zone that's currently there. And you've mentioned that it's in the R2 zoning. And I just wanted to mention that in the learning workshops with community builders, we've heard, I think at length, support for and reasons why these mixed use zones are healthy in communities. And so along with the article that you included, I think we have been sort of in the early phases of thinking about what that might look like in our community. And this feels like the first experience that we're having with some of those mixed use zoning issues sort of ahead of our master plan being complete.
And I read the spot zoning article as well. And I took something different away from it, I guess. And because everybody I speak to in town is worried about there being a lack of buildable land in town for housing, I have a concern that we're taking an R2 area and making it a parking lot. And in that article, it says a zoning decision that merely provides the individual benefit without relationship to public benefit cannot be legally supported. Where particular zoning decisions is not supported by a public purpose, the zoning decision is arbitrary and may be subject to invalidation as unlawful spot zoning. And I'm wondering if changing residential to a parking lot is helping the entire town or as a whole, or it's obviously the county made it so they had to have a place to park their cars. So the county has definitely put the onus on us, and they have their land in our town or in town in the city limits. But I sort of read that as the opposite. I feel like it's, and that and the optics of this, of, everybody that I talked to saying there's no buildable land, there's no buildable land. And us allowing somebody to rezone something to put parking there is going to be a bad look.
Molly?
So in a lot of ways, I agree with Tyler, and in a lot of ways, I agree with what Sally just said.
And I agree with Tyler as well. That's not a disagreement from me. Sorry.
So I guess the only thing I can say is if I drove there today to make sure I understood in my mind and delineated it where it is next to the old corrals. And right now it's a vacant piece of dilapidated property. So are the next two next to it where the old horse corrals used to be, where everybody used to, I don't know if you used to do it when you were a kid, but we always used to go over there and ride horses. So in this case, I'm more towards the side that says, yeah, because at least we're not going to have a vacant, dilapidated piece. We're only moving it just a few feet to become mixed use, because right now it's got no use. Will that change in the future? Could it? Yes. I'm assuming this is not going to be pavement, but I can't quite tell if that's, if it's asphalted or not. If it's just a dirt parking lot and they want to move on in the future, then you have a lot more buildable area.
It's just gravel.
Does it? You can actually see that?
I think it's gravel.
Okay. Yeah, as long as we're not like making a parking lot there that's a conventional parking lot with asphalt, I am far more for the project than not, because they could eventually sell it and move on, and somebody else could buy it and say, hey, I already got a great garage. I got employee housing here, so I'm going to build something for myself in the center. So that's, yeah. So I understand all arguments and I get it, but driving by today, I'd rather see something going in there than having it vacant and dilapidated. So thank you. Yeah.
Lisa?
I'd like to note that this would be more of a zoning boundary amendment. And when the zoning map was made, the site appears to be used like agriculture, 2 barns. And it mentions in the article that we found that a rezoning would not be an illegal spot rezoning if it's a logical amendment, because the site usage expected has changed since we did that zoning map in maybe 1982. And so I find this project interesting because it's a mixture of garage, I guess you could say commercial, business, and housing, which is like a microcosm of the three of exactly how the 3 different zoning districts, BP, R2, and ED, all come together at this very site. And what the proposal is aligns with all 3 of those zones, which is pretty interesting. And so personally, I'm in favor of this, and I think that it meets the requirements of the municipal code, and I don't think it would be an illegal spot rezoning according to what research we did on it. And I feel as though it would be pretty compatible with the mixed uses in that area, which is commercial, corrals, businesses. You have the Allsup shop in there and the train, and then you do have a few multifamily structures. So I do feel like the planning department recommends approval, and the planning commission did as well. And I do feel like it's a good representative of the 3 zones blended together right at the site.
Thank you, Lisa. Did the Planning Commission happen to discuss the concern that Tyler's raised?
About the lack of housing in general in
Just
Silverton?
more about the idea of converting an R2 to an ED zone.
They didn't specifically discuss what Tyler brought up, but the project does include housing. And so at least it has that. It's not just proposing a garage and leaving the employees hanging with having to find their own place. So I think in general, we want to promote businesses that are providing something for housing for their employees. So I don't know what else the applicant could do towards our housing issue, but he's doing his part, I believe, by trying to provide that housing he'll need for his employees.
Clark?
Just to piggyback on Lisa there, I believe Ken Safransky mentioned that he was actually part of the original zoning team during the Planning Commission review, and said that to him it seemed like a zoning boundary change because they kind of had no idea what they were doing back then in the 80s, but that was just Safransky making a comment. I believe Melissa Childs did bring up a concern about spot zoning, and mostly the commission agreed, and Jess and Jim can obviously back this up, but kind of discussed it and didn't seem to think that it would be a spot zone. I just wanted to call attention to your power that you could still do the limited overlay district requirement if you were doing a zoning change and considering that tonight. You could restrict certain ED uses permitted by right if you didn't feel it was appropriate at that site. I actually didn't list any conditions quite like that, but you could always add that. You could also consider adding a condition of if the site ceases to be used for a period of 1 year or more, it could revert back to R2. And those are just kind of tools at your disposal should you consider that tonight.
Thank you. Let's see, who haven't we heard from? Jess, what do you think?
I hear what Tyler was saying. He makes a good point. You know, changing ED into R2, which could theoretically have more housing on it, you know, does create an issue. But along that same thread, you know, are we going to outlaw any sort of parking lot on flat buildable ground in Silverton? You know, I think this is going to be a good tax generator for the county. And I do think that the applicant is doing their part to provide employee housing, which is sorely needed. And so I think a rejection of this application would be a mistake.
Thank you. And Jordan and Jim, I don't think we've really heard too much from you on this. Any other thoughts or comments?
Yeah, I'm trying to separate my personal bias from this. Being the neighbor of the property, I'm not psyched about a parking lot going next door, but we're also renters, so I'm trying to take that away. And I also see the good points being made, and they seem like they've done everything by the book. And it seems like the benefits might slightly outweigh, you know, since it is bordering all those different zones.
Could I just jump in and ask Clay real quick? Is Jordan conflicted from this discussion, or is having an adjacent property okay?
And I'm not an owner, I'm a renter, so.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's up to Jason. I mean, I would say that having an adjacent property doesn't necessarily conflict you. It's certainly a thought that maybe requires some cleansing statements, but then, you know, the comment that he doesn't want a parking lot, you know, I think that as long as he can still make an unbiased decision, that's going to be up to Jason.
Jordan.
So, Jordan, I'm sorry, Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so since the public comment was kind of truncated through technical difficulties, I just want to check back in and see if Anita still had a comment before we close out the discussion and move on to decision. Anita, if you still want, I would say, Anita, if you want to raise your hand to make the comment, or even if you can type the comment into the chat, perhaps that would be another way to get your comment conveyed. And then Gloria, were you saying something?
It was me. It was Sally.
Oh, sorry, Sally.
I've been sort of puzzling on this, you know, challenge between, you know, keeping it in R2 as an opportunity for potentially more housing and the balance that we have to make with the current proposal that's on the table. And what I think about that is it would be great if, as an R2 lot, ample housing could be developed on that site, designed and developed and created. And that's just not the opportunity that's on the table right now. And we do have an opportunity on the table for a couple of housing units. Plus, I don't think, nothing is standing out at me that seems illegal or that I think creates liability for the town because of all of the points that Clark and Lisa have made. And so I kind of go with what Molly's thinking about. It's a dilapidated lot and it has been for a long time. And if there was a competing offer or a competing design for additional housing that would create more units than what we have in front of us, that would be compelling. And that would be hard to say, you know, that would be a difficult situation. But right now what we have on the table is something that will create some housing and support a business that's in the county, and it will generate revenue for us as a county and as a town. And so I think keeping it in R2 zone doesn't necessarily equal additional housing. It absolutely doesn't equal additional housing because we don't have that opportunity in front of us. And so I just wanted to explain my thinking behind supporting the decision to rezone this property, because I do think that the mixed use fits with its location, and it's not going to meet everybody's needs, but it is what we have before us and it's sensible. And it's within the code. And I think it's also heading in the direction of what we were looking at as a community in our master planning process.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any movement on Zoom from Anita. I know that we're not supposed to read comments that are given to us, but one of the Zoom attendees did type a comment. So how best to include that in this discussion is a quick question for Clay as well.
Is the Zoom attendee present?
Yep.
Okay, they don't want to just make a statement of their.
Let me see, Brooke, are you able to make the comment you typed out loud? I guess verbally.
Do we have to promote?
Do I see the comment?
Matt promoted the comment earlier.
Oh.
Well, it doesn't make it over onto YouTube in our comment section, and we're not supposed to read comments because it kind of creates us as a proxy comment. And so that person's supposed to provide them themselves.
I mean, if they have if they're present, they have difficulties, and you feel it's appropriate to bring the point to light, I don't think it's not going to undermine the process or anything. It's just better, they're sitting there. If they can't get on to do it, that might be the only way they can comment. So it's not inappropriate maybe to address it, Mr. Miller.
Okay, In that case, so Brooke Stillwell wrote, the Stillwell family is concerned with the R2 changing to ED because their property will be surrounded on 3 sides by ED. And that's the entirety of the comment. Okay, so at this time, let's close public comment. I don't see anyone else raising their hands. We've already kind of overlapped a bit with the trustee discussion. Is there further Q&A or discussion, or are trustees ready to consider a motion?
I'm just going to make one more point. I know that we've been rezoning a lot of things. You know, we've rezoned ED to residential in order to make more housing. We've rezoned residential to ED to try and promote more economic development, which is what that is for. And I realize I really appreciate that they've included employee housing in their plan. I think that's huge. I think if more people were able to do that, that would really be a boon for our community. I just don't think changing something from R2 to ED when the ED portion of it is, I mean, I'm just not sure how I feel about a parking lot being economic development. And yeah, that's where I stand. I, again, really appreciate the forethought in putting in employee housing. I'm just worried about taking away any residential zoning that we have as we move into the future.
I have a question.
Sure.
If we move forward without the parking, then employees and guests would be parking on the street. Is that what I understand?
I was thinking about this too. I just wanted to put in my 2 cents because, you know, if they end up with, because they're allowed 2 spots on the street, and then there's the 8 spots or 6 spots that are on the lot itself relative to 18 guests plus employees. But I was also thinking that the likelihood of them loading up street parking in the winter, at least, is low because of our red alert issues with having to move cars, and they'd have a lot of, you know, potential guest ticketing or employee ticketing if they're up at the Airy Lodge during a storm. So it seems like they're going to, just out of necessity, have to figure something else out in the winter. That doesn't resolve the street parking issue in the summer, though. So that was my thought on that, not to answer your question, but to add additional context of what I was thinking to add to that question for Nick and Chris.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, I'm not entirely certain I quite understand the second part of that question, but I did want to add that, you know, pretty much the entire reason for the parking on site is to alleviate the pressure on Mineral Street there. And so that was Nick thinking ahead, just trying to alleviate that, and then also just for some snow storage in the winter. And they intend to, you know, highly maintain that and move the snow as needed.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add kind of what Chris just said. I mean, yeah, kind of the entire point of this project is to essentially enable the economic development that we're currently pursuing up with the lodge up in the canyon. And to us, this seemed like a pretty logical solution because it solves several problems, or, you know, things that need to be addressed. We need to find parking. So this seemed like a pretty, you know, I don't want to characterize this project as a parking lot because there will be more going on this lot. I mean, it's not a very big lot. So as you can see from the site plan, there will be a housing unit for employee housing. There will be a garage that will house our snowcat when we're not using it. It'll be a place where we can just do simple routine maintenance and store it during the summer when we're not using it. And then a guest reception office. So all of that stuff, the garage, the guest reception office, is essentially enabling the economic development, which is the lodge, and the parking as well. The parking is really just utilizing the empty space that currently exists on the lot in between. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with the lot or not, but there's an old red barn back against the alley, and then there's the old green barn up on Mineral Street, and then empty space in between those two structures. So we thought it'd be pretty logical just to utilize that empty space that's already there and just make a nice gravel graded out pad, and that's our parking. We can fit 6 cars in there, 6 guest cars. And then for the 2 staff that live on site there, they can just park on Mineral Street. And yeah, we don't want to burden the town by having guests just stash their cars all over the place, violate parking rules, get in the way of snowplow and snow removal. So we wanted to fit as many cars as we could on our lot, and we will do all, maintain all of the snow removal. We'll plow out the back alley. This way it's easy to drive into the lot and then out the back alley, sort of a drive in, drive out situation, which I think would help with probably for some of the neighbors as well. So yeah, this just seemed like a logical kind of solution to a few different issues. And as far as the aesthetic, I don't want people to look at this as just a parking lot that's going to be paved over with asphalt and sort of kind of ugly looking. We want to maintain the old historic nature of the property and of the area. The green barn will remain an old looking, green barn that we're going to restore. And then the new garage office building that we're going to build, we're going to plan to use a lot of reclaimed old barnwood lumber, old corrugated metal facade and stuff like that to keep it old and historic looking. So that's the gist of the situation here. And I guess I appreciate you guys considering it, and I understand I guess the concern about changing something from ED to, or I'm sorry, from R2 to ED. I guess one question I have is, which I'm not too sure about, is if ever in the future, if the use of this property changed, if it ever changed hands or changed owners, is there not an ability to repurpose, let's say, the garage and the guest office and just make that more housing? If the new owner ever wanted to do that, I don't know if that's a situation, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, it can go that direction. It just can't easily go the other direction.
I think my two. Oh, go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
We got 2 hands raised, one of them being Lisa.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I wanted to clarify that the main purpose of the rezoning to ED would be mixed use, but primarily it's because there's going to be a garage with a commercial business aspect with the snowcat or a van and a lodging check-in, and the parking lot is just internal. Right now, a person could probably buy a parcel and park cars on it without any kind of rezoning or permit. Someone could also run a lodging facility and just simply have the guests park on the street. So I like that this applicant actually bought a parcel for the employees to live on and to put the snowcat and van, and instead of dumping the parking onto the street, he actually is proposing this internal parking space that I think will be primarily shielded by the building in the front and the building in the back. So the primary purpose of the rezoning is more for the snowcat garage and the lodging check-in rather than a parking lot, which I'm not even sure, like if someone bought a vacant parcel right now, they could probably park cars on it without any kind of permit or rezoning. And then if you wanted the property to revert back to R2, you could require that if you like. Although I see a need for more ED zoning in general, or at least rezoning of this to ED, I would be in favor of, because it does promote mixed use flexibility, which I think we need more of in town.
Thank you. Well, trustees, what say you? And my 2 cents is that I agree with Tyler that maybe this isn't the highest and best use, but I also don't think that that's our role to force the highest and best use on every property. I think I'm in support of the proposed use with the conditions proposed by staff.
I agree.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we accept the rezoning application. I'm not sure exactly where I'm supposed to be reading from. With the conditions laid out in our packet from the Planning Commission. I don't see any other documentation on this that I should be reading from.
Molly, we have a proposed motion on page 20 of your packet.
Oh, I know I read it. There it is. Yeah. Proposed motion to consider.
Page.
It's right above the conditions.
Conditions are on the front. Which section? I despise Google
There you go.
Docs. Find it. Okay. So that's perfect. I can see it. I got my glasses on. Make a motion to approve with the conditions for the RE, I'm hoping I'm saying that right, Silverton rezoning application of lots 7 and 8, block 31 from R2 residential to multifamily to ED Economic Development District with the conditions of approval in the staff report.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Trustee Barella.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Uyghur.
Yes.
Trustee Bierma.
Yes.
Trustee George.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Passed with 6 yeses, 1 no.
All right, thank you very much. Nick and Chris, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and good luck with the project.
Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, moving along to the next item on our agenda, which is also a public hearing, 4B, town use subject to review application, proposed Merrill Street vacation, a portion of Animas Street between 19th and 20th Streets, Blake's Addition, Silverton, Colorado. So again, we'll have a quick summary by staff, and then we'll provide the applicant an opportunity to present. And then we'll have public comment, and then Q&A and trustee discussion and decision. So Clark or Lisa?
Sure, I can give you a summary of this proposal. This is a proposal to request vacating a portion of platted Animas Street between 19th and 20th Streets. The application was submitted by Lisa and Sean Merrill. The site is located near Campground Road, which is at the Silverton Lakes RV Park. The site is currently vacant. There's an existing sewer main nearby. The proposed land use is wetlands restoration. The proposal includes the town converting publicly owned town land into privately owned land in perpetuity. The land being vacated would be 100 feet wide by 250 feet long. There are state statutes describing the process of vacating town streets, and the town attorney is present to give you legal advice if needed. The Planning Commission reviewed this, and in a split vote, they recommended conditional approval. The Planning Department recommends you consider all of the proposed conditions of approval, including number 3, which is relocating the sewer, if you choose to approve this proposal. This is a public hearing, so you will want to ask for and consider any public comments. The applicants are probably present to answer any questions you may have, and the Planning Department staff is also happy to help you with any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Lisa. All right, Lisa Merrill has her hand raised and is on an attendee. Can we please promote Lisa to panelist?
And she is promoted.
All right. Good evening, everyone. We don't appear to have a video, darn it.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Great. All right, well, I'll begin here. Thanks for the opportunity to present our proposal to the town. Our proposal is for abandonment of 250 feet of Animas Street in a federally recognized wetland. This wetland is heavily impacted by disturbed hydrology, but still has great potential for restoration, a restoration that would add habitat and passive water treatment to a watershed in need of such projects. We wish to create a beneficial restoration project footprint with contiguous ownership. The town recently went through a lengthy legal battle after development occurred in the same wetland, though on the other side of the campground road. It is in the best interest of the town to not be party to another Army Corps violation involving this wetland again. And we proposed an ordinance to achieve abandonment. However, after we submitted our proposal, the Planning Department found that a township can abandon a street without ordinance if that street has never been developed. And we ask that you please consider this discovery in your decision-making.
And if conditional approval is to be considered, we accept conditions number 1, 5, 7, 8, and 9. We take exception to condition number 2. While we accept—
Who's speaking?
Who's speaking?
This is Sean Merrill, I'm sorry.
Oh, thanks, Sean.
Yep. So if conditional approval is considered, we accept conditions number 1, 5, 7, 8, and 9. We take exception to condition number 2. While we accept the trail easement conditions set forth in condition number 1 that we inherited when we purchased block 6, the trail easement conditions set forth in number 2 are beyond the reasonable scope of this proposal. The condition number 1, block 6 trail easement, was created in a litigious atmosphere in which mitigation between parties was required to satisfy an Army Corps violation. Our proposal is quite different and comes with many standalone benefits to the town, the public, and the environment. Condition number 2 is an overreaching bargaining chip that was added without our consent. The town already has many streets and alleys platted throughout Merrill's blocks 5 and E that would sufficiently and legally serve the public trails needs stated. See the maps that were provided in your packet to demonstrate this point. Condition number 2 would take years of lengthy legal discussion to implement. It would also take lengthy discussion with all adjacent neighbors to get their approval. We take exception to condition number 3 regarding movement of the sewer in the alley. We're not proposing any changes to the alley that contains the sewer. Sewer is outside of our ownership envelope as well as outside the desired project footprint. Again, see some maps. We can point those out to you later if you need help with all of the abundance of information in the packet. The project footprint, I think this is important. The project footprint is down gradient of the sewer line, which can also be seen on a contoured map that also shows the town sewer. Sewer relocation, we estimate at approximately $150,000. that we are not financially capable of supporting and we are not responsible for. The sewer is already in the same existing water hazard as it would be with our implemented project. We're not going to propose any groundwater level changes in a future project proposal. We would actually be grading down to meet the groundwater level, not raising or altering the groundwater flows in any way. We've been measuring groundwater levels every 4 days for the last year. Groundwater levels are at 10 to 20 inches below ground surface year round. The existing sewer line is already below the water table. We looked at the 19th Street manhole yesterday and found an estimated 20 to 30 gallons per minute running, which shows that the sewer line is already being infiltrated by groundwater. Sewer versus groundwater has been one of the biggest contention points, and I'd like to expand on some of my own personal experiences to try to alleviate those concerns. I personally have installed hundreds, if not thousands of feet of sewer line, many of which were in groundwater. It is not uncommon for sewers to be below the water table in many municipalities that have a high water table. Yes, it is more burdensome to have to dewater to perform any new or maintenance work, but it can be done and is in fact done all the time. In this instance, there simply is no avoiding the high water table that is already there with or without a revegetation project. I would caution that Campground Road may not necessarily be a better location option. The same groundwater will likely be present there. The Campground Road subgrade soils are perhaps less than ideal for supporting the necessary consistent vertical grade and alignment of a sewer line, as can be seen from time to time by the pumping and yielding conditions that need to be regraded occasionally. The dynamic live loading of heavy vehicular traffic would have to be taken into consideration of a new sewer design, a risk that's not present where the sewer is presently located in the alley. We feel that condition number 4 needs to be tabled until the condition can be better defined. We can neither agree nor disagree to its undefined terms. This should be revisited in the future during restoration project planning and approval. We feel condition number 6 should also be tabled until there is an actual project to be presented to the board. Keep in mind, we're at this stage of the game, we're asking for abandonment. We haven't presented or proposed a project just yet. Those are our future desires, but we're not there yet.
This 250 feet of Animas Street will never be a practical street. Looking at aerial photography in a phase 1 completed 2 years ago by CDOT, we see that this wetland became impacted by disturbed hydrology in the early 70s. This project footprint has been sitting dormant since, losing sediment to the downstream during storm events and providing no habitat services. Please give it purpose by allowing it to be reconnected to the adjacent wetland on Block 5.
To try to speak to the value of the land a little bit, if we were seeking a development or any other money-making opportunity with this proposal, the full list of conditions may have more merit. However, this is a proposal for conservation, a proposal that only serves to cost us money, but it will have many other non-monetary benefits to the town and our local wildlife. Merrills will begin paying taxes on land that has otherwise never been of financial benefit to the town, except for the negligible lease fee collected from Silverton Lakes Campground. For comparison's sake, to try to assign a dollar value to what these 25,000 square feet might be worth, we paid $5,000 for 1.95 acres of blocks 4 and 6 in August 2021. At this same rate, this 25,000 square feet of Animas Street would be worth approximately $1,500. $1,500, which isn't much, but it can at least generate more tax revenue than the $0 amount it has brought to the town since being platted in the last 100 plus years. And lastly, our daughter would like to speak. This is our daughter, Ida.
This road has been platted for over 100 years. It has never been developed, nor is it practical to do so. It is, however, practical to repurpose these 25,000 square feet into something beneficial for the town and our watershed. Please allow us and support us in our efforts to help this wetland thrive again.
We'll get off of our soapbox now. Thank you very much, everybody, for allowing us to speak.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much. And thank you, Ida.
Hi, Ida.
So we will now open up this public hearing to public comment. If anyone in person would like to comment, it looks like we may not have anyone else in person, but if anyone in person would like to comment, you'll go first, and then anyone on Zoom, please click the raise hand button and we'll promote you to speak.
And we have no in-person comment.
It looks like we do have a Zoom participant comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
This is Gilbert Archuleta. I would like to just state that I feel that the town should not abandon 19th Street. The years I spent working for the town, it always seemed like it come back to bite the town because for some reason it wasn't foreseen that the road was going to have to be used. I also feel that if that is a wetlands, as the town goes on developing, whether it's a wastewater treatment plant or doing infrastructure on the water mains coming into town, you might be getting into wetlands. This could be an opportunity for the town to have a wetlands bank to replace whatever wetlands that they might have to take out in upgrading our facility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do not see any other public comment. Hold on one second. I don't see any other public comment at this time. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. And now we'll go to Q&A with the trustees and staff, as well as the applicants. So whoever I was interrupting, please go ahead now.
I'm sorry. That was me, Lisa.
Sorry, Lisa.
I just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware that the 250 feet that we're asking for is on Animas Street, and not in the alley and not where there are utilities.
And Gilbert, thank you. We appreciate your comments and hear you. And we're not proposing 19th Street.
So I would like to read for everybody why there is a misconception then, because it says this application is asking the town to vacate a portion of the platted Animas Street between 18th and 19th. So it is obviously can be some confusion, and there's so much documentation involved in this packet. It's very hard for me to jump around from page to page. So Tyler had a very valid point. I can't even find it now. That one of the conditions, condition 3, had already been stricken.
Yeah, condition 3.
I had it just a minute ago, and it's
what had already been crossed out per the planning commission.
Having the same problem.
The prior to construction, the applicant shall relocate the existing sewer main. So that condition has been stricken from this proposal. Stricken, struck.
Removed.
What were the other line items that y'all weren't comfortable with?
2, 4, and 6.
2, 4, and 6. Correct?
I got 2.
Correct.
2, okay.
And 4 and 6 we felt they're that they should just be revisited during project planning.
Well, and for the purposes of impacts to adjacent landowners, future adverse impacts, isn't after looking at your maps, the majority of the area surrounding it is either avalanche or wetlands already. And so will we be able to allow more or different projects around that adjacent area? Really, will it become an issue if they're not allowed to build there anyway, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I'm trying to find the map.
The adjacent.
It was well documented. It was, yeah, so.
Find the map.
It's on page.
Just looking for it too. Oh, is it 71?
The National Wetlands Inventory map.
Different map. Okay.
Got a page number?
I don't, because I changed it over to a different PDF and it's not showing me what I need. I don't know how it's, I'm sorry.
You might be looking at page 80 in the packet.
80 in the packet. Thank you.
Oh.
I mean, I would just start by saying that I think that
Lisa has her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Lisa.
Oh,
You have your hand up.
sorry, I will lower that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that was from the beginning.
Okay.
Lisa has her hand up.
Oh, our Lisa. Sorry.
So it's true, Tyler, that a lot of the property in the area would not be built upon, but that would be generally north and vacant from the site. But we have some existing residences and occupied parcels very close to this proposed wetlands area. And what we're talking about doing is potentially allowing this to happen, which will lead to moving the wildland urban interface closer to existing structures. And those structures already have seasonal groundwater issues, and that eventually the wetlands moving a wildland urban interface, it's hard to predict how that could affect the adjacent landowners, and we wouldn't want the town's decision to create a liability for the town because a lot of those structures already have groundwater in their crawl spaces and pumps and things like that. And the groundwater table there, from what I understand, has recently risen just seasonally, but it does make a difference. But there's been some new construction in that area, and so the groundwater has been coming up higher, very close to people's finished floor elevations. It's hard to predict how increasing the wetlands and moving wetlands closer to those existing structures could affect those landowners in ways that are hard to predict. And we wouldn't want the town to be held liable for that in the future.
But I would ask you, Lisa, you said that the groundwater level is already increasing. How would it ever be measurable if we did approve wetlands there, since it's already fluctuating? How would anybody be able to measure it to then hold the town accountable for it?
What we don't want to do is have something unfortunate happen in one of the structures that are there, where one of the existing residents might have the water come up higher than it's ever been before. And we wouldn't want the town to be blamed for that. That would have to be something that the person restoring the wetlands would have to take into account. And it's hard to avoid that from happening, but we wouldn't want the town to be liable for any kind of property damage in the event that the groundwater ends up coming up higher and entering structures in that area.
Yeah, and I understand that, but like you said, it's already coming up now. And so how can we ever measure that? How could they link that from one to the other since it's already fluctuating? I think it would just be a real hard thing to prove the town would be liable for giving away wetlands and then having somebody try and, prove that, oh, well, the groundwater came up higher this year because of that. It could have been because we had a giant snow year or, so I'm just, I appreciate your comments about the wetlands, the interface and it being closer. And I think that's something that we should take into account, but I'm just, I guess I'm not as concerned about our liability. And Clay could probably speak to that too, but Lisa has her hand up.
There's two ways to restore a wetland. And one of them is to bring up the water table, which is what was done in the restoration footprint for the mitigation done at Silverton Lakes Campground. You might have seen where I believe MSI has done some planting, and there's been some areas with new vegetation being tested. You've probably seen those plots. So that's one way of restoring a wetland, is to bring up the water table and kind of stop the bleed. The other way to restore a wetland is to excavate down to the current water level. And that's what we would be proposing to do. In this situation, it would not work to bring up the water table. It would only work to excavate down to where the water table is sitting right now. I think that speaks to at least some of what Lisa Adair is speaking to.
And this is all obviously something that can be taken into further consideration if and when a project is proposed after abandonment. We're not proposing any revegetation yet. We're seeking abandonment first, because half of the dead fan is on our land and half of the dead fan is in Animas Street. So that's why we're seeking abandonment. And just a couple points of clarification there. Thanks.
I see that John Seitz would like to chime in. John?
I don't see any video, but if you all can hear me.
We can.
Yeah. I would just like to just reiterate what Chief Archuleta said about wetland banking. And as we all know, ground in the valley is at a premium, whether you're talking about housing or infrastructure. And down at our sewer plant, between this existing site and the cell phone tower, there is a wetland that would be a great place to expand our operations area. If we wanted to do that, we would need a wetland bank. We would need some other piece of potentially town-owned property. 25,000 square feet would go a long way. And essentially, you would achieve the same goal, with the exception that it may not be contiguously owned. But I think that ultimately, that area up there on Animas Street that the Merrills are asking to be vacated,
it's an obvious candidate for wetland rehabilitation. We may be able to use that for our endeavors with the town. We also have other infrastructure that is in wetland areas, such as our transmission line coming from Bear Creek. So I just wanted to mention that it may be a better solution actually to hang on to that vacated or that street that they're asking to be vacated and use it for our own purposes, but we still achieve the same goal of it becoming a healthy wetland in the future rather than the unusable fen that it currently is.
Thank you. Jess?
Wow, that just throws a whole nother wrench into this bag. That's pretty interesting to think about. John, I'm wondering if you can just talk to the trustees a minute about any concerns you may see with this sewer main that's adjacent to the property.
Well, as has been stated, the particular sewer that's in the alley is not in a part of the discussion for this particular vacation request. The sewer is underwater. It's been underwater for a long time. I think that we're going to have to look at solutions in that area for sewer mains in the future. But I think as far as the topic that we're discussing right now, I think that the wetland is more important, and potentially town retaining that street for wetland bank. But to answer your question, I think that sewer is going to have to be addressed at some point sooner than later. But as far as asking them to move it, we still have an easement there, for one thing. So we could continue to maintain it. And if they were to get the street vacated, they're proposing lowering the water table rather than raising it. We don't really know what the water's going to do. So there are concerns there. But I don't think that sewer is my main concern after thinking about it a little bit more today. And I apologize for not bringing the wetland banking up previously, but it came to me earlier today, and Chief Archuleta made a great point as well. And I agree with that.
Thank you. You know, to me, it seems like if in the future that we ever have to do any work on the sewer main, we're creating additional cost and expense by, as Sean stated, potentially dewatering the area that needs to be excavated and whatnot. And so to hear you say that it's not your biggest concern, that does ease my mind a little bit. I do have concerns with, just like what Lisa Adair is saying, bringing this wildlife urban interface closer to residents that we have currently right now. We've lived for many decades without a functioning fen out there, and we've been developing that area as it is with the non-functioning wetlands. And so to restore the wetlands, it creates issues that we really can't foresee. And I really want to thank the planning department for thinking about this from every possible angle and really trying to cut off any sort of conflicts that may arise in the future from unforeseen circumstances.
Thank you. Molly.
I have a few questions. It was proposed previously with the abandonment and the recreation on the opposite side of the road, of Campground Road, that it all become eventually a conservation easement, or I'm not sure if I'm using the correct verbiage, or a conservation trust of wetlands or something to that effect. This piece of, or portion of the Merrill's property is or isn't going to be adjacent and included in that. I don't know who can answer this, maybe Clay, maybe Lisa, because that was the whole purpose of the previous one, was to create an in-town contiguous wetland in order for it to become a conservation area so that we can't have any future building in that area. So I like the idea of holding on to it for the town of Silverton, land banking the wetlands, and then throwing it all into one conservation. Is that still something that is being talked about for this area?
Lisa?
Over this whole area, we have several agreements, which was between Silverton Lakes RV Resort LLC owner, Mr. Heinbaugh, Mrs. Heinbaugh, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the town of Silverton. And we have agreements in place. Those are restrictive covenants over this whole area that run with the land. Mr. Heinbaugh agreed to notify the town if he was going to sell some land, and that did not occur. He sold some land to the current applicants. You may remember a year ago, we were discussing this as a re-subdivision, and that was for Block 4 next to this Animas Street. So we have restrictive covenants where we've signed an agreement with the Army Corps, the town has, that we will maintain wetlands in this area. So say that we proceed with this and something goes wrong and the water that heads towards this site ends up drying up some of the town wetlands, then the town could be held liable for violating that agreement with the Corps. Do I think that's going to happen? No, but we have to proceed with caution because we made certain promises in writing to the Army Corps, and now we're relying on a fourth party to make sure that the town doesn't get into a situation where we have existing town wetlands that dry up. Now, knowing Lisa Merrill and Sean Merrill, I don't think that would happen. But we also have another player here that would come on board, which is that it's my understanding that the possible funding source for this would be CDOT for a violation at the Mineral Creek Bridge. So this is setting up some, I believe, some wetlands banking for CDOT to eventually manage. So we want to make sure that we proceed with caution and document anything pretty well, because it could end up where we need to have CDOT complying with whatever we require.
Okay, so back to your point. Mr. Heinbaugh did inform this entire board at a public hearing meeting that he wanted, that the intention, because Lisa was on that meeting with Mr. Heinbaugh. So he did inform the town that he was going to sell that section to her. So we already knew that this was coming down the line, but that's what I was asking, if it was a contiguous part of those regulations that were set forth with our triple agreement. Is this section in that area because it was Mr. Heinbaugh's property initially?
So the agreements are in the packet, and those are three-way agreements between Ron Heinbaugh, the town, and the Army Corps. And this particular parcel that we're talking about is Animas Street. So that's town land. And so that would be a portion that the town's responsible for. And we're about to convert that into an additional fourth party and turn that into private land. And so Heinbaugh, so all those documents are in the packet, and it's my understanding that these three-way agreements go over this parcel, but this particular parcel we're talking about is town-owned Animas Street, so Heinbaugh wouldn't really be held responsible for something in the street.
Yeah, you did answer it. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly, were you all done?
With my question for now, yes. Tyler
Okay.
has.
I had my hand up. So I wanted to zoom out a little bit. And I think in general, there seem to be too many issues for me to feel comfortable with moving forward on this tonight. We've got in the memo from our planning department, they mentioned, and these are just quotes, legal issues, future adverse impact potential, trail right-of-way contentions, potential compensation that needs to be thought about, as well as several liability concerns. In addition, 3 of the 8 conditions that the Planning Commission approved, suggested approval, conditioned upon, are in contention by the applicant. For something like this, I feel like we need a clearer picture in order to consider approving something. And so my suggestion would be to either table this subject to further discussion between the applicant and the planning department and planning commission to resolve the open issues. It doesn't feel to me like we're going to resolve those issues in this discussion. That's my 2 cents that I wanted to add at this point in the conversation. Oh, and sorry. One last thing is also to have this not be recommended by our director of public works, as well as, the chief of our fire department, is persuasive to me. Though I do absolutely respect and appreciate the intention of the Merrills here. It just seems a little too muddy.
I've got
Tyler.
I've got 2 questions. One for Lisa, and then one for one for Lisa Merrill, and then one for Lisa Adair. For Mrs. Merrill, can you revitalize the wetlands without having a contiguous tract? That is, you own both sides of it. Is there any way for you to start a revitalization project without owning the street?
The way water works, no, I don't believe so.
Okay.
We've certainly considered that, and because we would rather not go through this process either.
Yeah.
But it just wouldn't work with the nature of water.
Sure. And then for Lisa Adair, or maybe for Clay, if I agree with the mayor that I think there's just too many questions right now to make a decision on this tonight. But I was wondering, as we look forward at approval or denial of this, is there a way to vacate the land and then still use it as a land bank against future things? That is to say, look, we gave this property away to be revitalized. It's being revitalized. Can you would that be the same as banking it? It's just not in our possession. And the thing about vacating it to the Merrills is at least they're working towards the revitalization, whereas what we're doing now is nothing.
Well, once you decide to take a piece of public street and convert it into private land, that private landowner would be able to do whatever they want with it within the confines of the law. That's a reason that the Planning Commission recommended a lot consolidation, because what we have on other abandoned streets is proposed structures and residences. I don't think that's going to happen in this situation, but you can't have a town wetlands bank on some piece of land that you gave away and it's now private land. Unless you spelled that out in the conditions. And I didn't know there were so many issues with the conditions until this public hearing, or we would have worked on them. I wish I would have known before the public hearing that there were so many conditions that were unacceptable. But once you give this land away, it converts to private land and you don't have any control over it. Not even like the public crossing through it would be trespassing. Anything you want, any strings you want attached to giving away land would have to be carefully spelled out.
Thank you.
Okay, so my question is, I'm really afraid this is going to happen again, that it's going to get kicked to the next board. This is exactly what happened with the Silverton Lakes issue. And we had to re-educate every single one of the board members as they were newly elected to exactly what was happening. So I agree that this should probably be tabled, but I would rather vote yes or no now so that way everybody could start with new proposals. So that way you're not playing catch up as a new board. You're coming in with something brand new for everyone to look at. That's just an opinion. Sally?
Just to jump back to Tyler's point, I had a very similar question and also sort of a follow-up with the Merrills potentially, which is on the subject of ownership. And right now what we're looking at is a conversion from public property to, or town-owned property to private ownership. And I wondered if the Merrills, if it instead of went to private ownership, if it could go into more like what Molly was describing earlier, the conservation trust, or then can the town be seen as a partner on the project? Because I think ultimately, and Shane spoke to this, the intention of this project is environmental. The intention of the project is to protect and preserve and improve our earth. And so I think we're trying to get to the same destination. I think what's tricky is all of these potential unintended consequences and not being able to foresee what the one condition and another condition and the liability for the town, which is really the position we're in here as trustees. And so I guess I'm trying to get a picture of like what is the pathway? And this may not be for tonight if we decide to table it, but I'm curious about what is the pathway towards conservation in terms of what the town participates in with the rest of the land that Molly was referring to, and in the relationship that this land has to that land. And then also if the Merrills, and then in addition to that for Clay, I was also curious about just a list of the potential liabilities. It seems like we're sort of digging them up as we go. And I wonder if we can just kind of get a really good list going and understand what it is that we're wading into. No pun intended. Wetland joke.
I give you credit for that.
Thank you. Yeah, Jordan has his hand up too. I think it's hard to see us because we're on the corners.
I just have I was on the same lines of thinking as Tyler and wondering if there's a way, because I'm completely behind the restoration of the wetlands. I think that's super important. And I don't know if I don't know a whole lot about wetland banking. So I don't know is it something we'd have to hold in perpetuity as a requirement, or we could use it as wetland banking and then abandon it after that with the direct intention of preservation and restoration. If we could both get good things out of it, potentially.
Without creating additional liability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in that.
I am completely in agreement with all of you, but that's why I think we should just vote this now. And then that way a new proposal, not muddy up what we've got.
I recall
So the new board has something extremely fresh that can be revised and come in front of them without trying to muddy the waters and going back and looking at everything that we've just had to do. So does that make sense to everyone? So that way the proposal could be new and better thought out, possibly an agreement for a partnership So that way we can trade it off with what needs to happen at the recommendation of Mr. Seitz and Mr. Archuleta. So that way we really have, you guys have different meat into this. And just deny this one, take a vote, and then move on. So that way they can bring it back to the table with our recommendations as a board.
Hey, Jess?
You know, one thing I want to make sure we consider is that the Merrills have paid a substantial amount of money in the application fee. And if we choose to deny, are they going to have to repay that fee? Lisa, Dare, do you know?
We could waive it as a board, as conditional.
You know, I think a lot of good work has gone into this. It's extremely complicated. I'm in favor of tabling. I'm not sure, you know, I think any trustee coming on board, they need to have their homework done. And if they're not prepared for their first day on the job, then that's their fault. But to make a rash decision, you know, I don't know if that's appropriate either. I feel more comfortable with the table.
Yeah, and I just think the amount of work that they've clearly put into this, some of these documents, I'm surprised you were able to even find them. But if I would vote to table it, if we don't decide to table it, I would definitely lobby the board to then waive the application fee in the future when it comes in front of the new board, which we will be having on the 11th, I believe.
Shane.
Clay usually only turns his video on when he has something to say, so I just wanted to check in and see if Clay was waiting for a moment to interject something.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's more of a factor just to keep my bandwidth down so I can keep on with everything because I'm on Pagosa bandwidth. But and when I start hearing my name a lot, I just click in so that people know that I'm available at all times to answer questions. I'm not, disappeared behind that. I don't want to miss something because my computer's working overtime or my phone's working overtime to try to keep my video up there. Plus, I'm sure you don't want to stare at my face the whole time.
Are there hands up?
Sounds good. Was there anything else that you wanted to add to our discussion or direction we're going? Is there any notes I had wisdom or caution?
There was a lot of questions in there. I think the conversation is very smart considering those potential liabilities. I think that the exposure is pretty low. There's some good discussion on the wetland banking. The major point takeaway from Ms. Adair is that you can restrict uses on a property. So you can condition what that use is. That can be done through multiple ways, of conservation easements, deed restrictions, et cetera. There's all manners of controlling that. But once the property is out of the control of the town, then you can't say what it has to be used for. Basically, it's an exclusionary versus inclusionary. Now, that's not to say that the Merrills wouldn't, by some other means be able to come up with an agreement with the town. Unfortunately, when you're vacating a road, the default is the road reverts to the adjacent properties. And so the vacation by default kind of sends that piece of property into adjacent landowners' hands, which is what they're proposing. And there's other ways to do what they're asking, and I hear that everybody wants to kind of get to the same place, and I think there's a way to do that. But yeah, that's my kind of one takeaway is you just have to understand that once you whatever conditions are there, but once that property is private property, then you can't control how that private property, you can't force a use on the property. You can only restrict what can be done, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Lisa Merrill and John Seitz have their hands up. Are
Do
they?
they again, or are they just
Well,
upstairs?
I'm asking a question.
Okay.
Oh, there's John.
I think
Lisa
Lisa
Merrill.
raised her hand during.
Go
some
ahead, John, and
prior
I'll go
comments.
after you.
John lowered his hand, so I
I'm
think it's just
good.
you, Lisa.
I'm good.
Oh, okay, all right. I was gonna say that we're definitely to work with the town. I want to emphasize that we have a lot of hours in this and like a tremendous amount of work. And we feel that how we can make a difference to the environment is to our immediate environment. And that's why we've decided to, put all our energy into this and go for it. It takes, I hear John and Gilbert about the banking, and I think it's a great idea for Silverton to be able to bank for the future. It sort of I can't see beyond that. Just kicking us out of the project is what I'm having a hard time trying to figure out right now. Maybe after some thought, I can put more meat into that. But I put so many hours into this to have an employee put these kind of hours into banking, and what you would need to manage that stuff is a whole nother consideration. And I don't know if that part of things is where the town should go either with it. I also wanted to say that how we ended up with the abandonment conversation, rather than just going to the town asking to be partners in a restoration, is that CDOT Army Corps put us together with CDOT during the whole process at Silverton Lakes Campground. They called us and they played Cupid. They said, we think that you guys could work together really well to achieve this common goal that you're after here. And Kara Hilligy was the one who put us together. So CDOT needed us to have contiguous ownership. And that's how we ended up here. We would probably not be able to use CDOT funding for something that was with the town, and which is a real bummer because they have a tremendous amount of money and experience in wetland restoration, and that's really giving up a lot. I think that's most of the things that I wanted to say.
I would lastly add that the interest in CDOT was the financial portion of it for us, but the ultimate overlying goal was to get that dead fen revegetated. So whether we're working with CDOT to do so, or whether we're working with the town to do so, if it gets to the same end goal, great. And just hopefully somehow we could incorporate our private lands into that too. I don't know if that could be a part of the wetland banking also. That's the ultimate goal is to get that dead fen revegetated and within our lifetimes. And with CDOT, we're going to be able to do so immediately within a year or two. I don't know how long the wetland banking, how long that process would take, would that dead fen sit there for another 20 or 30 years before possibly seeing action? I don't know.
Right.
Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, and I wanted to clarify one thing, Mr. Mayor, that there are such things. It doesn't have, conservation easement could be something that look like
like a wetland reserve easement. And I know that there are agreements between local governments and private landowners for wetland banking. This is a whole very specific and complicated area of law. And that's something we can certainly look into for, some sort of, private public partnership with private landowners who want to restore wetlands that, whether that looks like a joint ownership, a joint project, or whether it just looks like a contract or the owners of a private piece of land allowing a wetland reserve easement to be recorded with the property. There's so many different options. And I think we just, like somebody said, we need to kind of look into that.
We've begun our application process for a conservation easement for the lots that we own. It's lengthy and very expensive, but we have actually started.
Jim had something to say?
Thank you. Well, I have several questions. One of them was answered by Lisa Merrill about the CDOT component, so thank you for that. The other one was, this is a three-parter. Number two, which was the trail easement. One of the topics that we had talked about and discussed over the past year and a half is trails through that area. And y'all are saying no to that? Is that what I'm hearing? No,
well,
to
because
2, 4, and 6.
We're saying no to it, yes, because we felt like we could get CDOT funding within the next year or so to do this project, and we felt like the trail easement thing is going to take years to implement.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fine. The other one, this is a Lisa Adair question. There was one dissenting vote. Can you provide me with the details of that one dissenting vote at the Planning Commission meeting? Or provide us with that information?
Yes, I think Jim Harper, I think you were away for that meeting, February 15th.
Yes, ma'am.
And we had 6 Planning Commission members voting, and Melissa Childs made a motion to recommend conditional approval with the conditions in the staff report, except crossing out number 3 sewer and adding a requirement for a lot consolidation plat. And everyone voted yes, except for one Planning Commission member who I believe primarily voted no because he and I were both fairly concerned about pushing the cost of relocating the sewer onto the taxpayers.
So knowing that the sewer is now not really in question, would that one dissenting vote become a yes vote?
Well, I would have to ask the person, but when you build a wetlands pond, I mean, what was previously described as building a sponge,
Mm-hmm.
and then the sewer is right there in that area, and a pond or a swamp or a sponge or a fens and wetlands, they don't stop on an invisible line. And especially if you're digging down to create a pond. So when I reviewed this, I don't really have an opposition. Of course, I'm in favor of wetlands. They have a really good purpose of filter. The list that Trustee Barney asked for of potential liabilities, that's basically what we set out to do in our condition
I'm sure.
of approval. That's what we set out to do in our conditions of approval. So we tried to think of, if you feel like approving this, if you think this is a good idea, our conditions of approval are potential liabilities. So my main concern was taxpayer costs, the positive or benefit, positive or negative effects on the citizens, et cetera, the adjacent landowners. So that's what our conditions of approval summarize. And the main issue would be the sewer. If 10 years from now, John Sites were to send someone out there to repair the sewer, we would have to drain a fen and relocate wildlife like a beaver family and destroy this restored, remove a beaver dam, destroy this restored area at the taxpayer funding, if the Army Corps even let us. And then we could fix the sewer or cap and abandon it. And then we'd have to restore that fen again at taxpayer cost. So it makes the most sense to just cut and cap that sewer main before it gets drowned. And if someone was building anything on the surface, a structure, a paved parking lot, anything that's going to block your access to maintain the utilities that are existing at taxpayer cost, it's a bad precedent, in my opinion, to let somebody build something that's going to prevent maintenance of public utilities. If it was a structure being built on top, we would definitely require it would be moved prior to construction. And so we don't want the taxpayers to have to pay for dealing with the Corps in 10 years to get a permit to fix the sewer. All the people that are going to build an Upper Blakes addition up above by the cemetery and the water tank, they're going to be tying into the sewer main. So this sewer main's probably going to have more use. I'm going to defer to John Sites on the sewer, but there's pros and cons to this proposal, like any proposal. I don't particularly oppose it. And the town isn't really in the business of wetlands restoration. But the potential liabilities are basically summarized for you in the conditions of approval.
Lisa, Dare, thank you.
Yep.
I familiarized myself with the contents of that meeting, and I had called you previous to ask for forgiveness for not attending. I wanted it on record, and I wanted everyone to hear from you your opinions about that. Since day one, with regards to this property and that whole area, I've been all for the wetlands. And I'm all about preserving the wetlands. But more importantly, what we've seen as of late, what Public Works Director Sites has said, as well as Chief Archuleta, that with our infrastructure and the improvements needed for our infrastructure, and it was something that was talked about during the candidates night the other night. I don't know if everyone watched. Infrastructure's pretty much at the top of the list. And we're going to need this land as well as other parcels in order to offset some improvements that we're going to make down the road. Now, if the Merrills are willing to work with us, I'm all for it. I just don't know, and that's why we have these discussions, if the Merrills are willing to work with the town of Silverton to ensure that down the road that we have the ability and more importantly, the square footage to offset what we're going to need down the road. And what we're envisioning is the growth of our community. So again, thank you.
I have a kind of a follow-up question on this banking thing. I think we're gonna, I mean, I can tell this is I attended that planning commission meeting as well and have heard a lot of the different perspectives on the project. And I really do hear a lot of agreement in the value of conservation and the restoration of the wetland. I think, I'm wondering, to what extent is this vacation or abandonment of this public right of way? Like, how much are we talking? Like, how much leverage would this actually get us in a land banking situation? Because
1,000 square foot.
yeah, like how valuable is that? I don't have a sense of the currency of wetlands and like what you need to, you know, offset or trade. Like, is this significant? I think the town has quite a bit of wetland, and we certainly gained some in the Silverton Lakes property. So is this a big deal we're talking about, or is this insignificant?
Are the Merrills hand up to answer this question, or?
That's been up for a while.
Oh, okay, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney, I think, you know, this piece of property in particular, and based on, you know, other wetland banking areas usually consist of, and, you know, just taking it for example from like the Clean Water Act, the minimum for a lot of the federal level and state level bankings there is like 50 acres. And so unless this is part of like a bigger, you know, parcel, and or, you know, it rolls into a larger conservation or wetland easement, then I would say that it's not a big deal. I mean, I think you can safely assume at least that much of it. If we hold on to it just as a small piece of property, it's certainly useful, but I don't think we can hold on to this little piece of property and expect it to be like a large piece of currency in the wetland banking system.
Thank you. Just to kind of check everybody real quick, it's almost 9:45. This has been a really thoughtful and great discussion, but I would urge us to conclude this portion of our agenda. We're only on our third agenda item for the evening.
And I can give you guys a little bit of tools here if we wanted to adjourn this hearing and then reconvene at a special meeting. We can do that as well. According to section 2-4-130 of our code, we can do that without having to do another legal notice as long as we announce it on when that would be. So that's an option if we didn't want to wait until the next meeting, if we wanted to do a special meeting and give staff and the applicant time to.
Quick question about that. If we do that process, are we still looking at the exact same set of conditions and application materials, just with more information gathered between now and then? Or can the list of conditions be kind of negotiated between staff and applicant between now and then and presented differently?
It doesn't lay it out here in the code right now, but I think maybe Clayton could answer that. It just says if it is deemed necessary to obtain a full presentation, adjourn the hearing from time to time by publicly announcing the fact of such adjournment and date, time, place, when and where, and the adjourned hearing shall recommence.
Mr. Mayor, you wouldn't be able to change anything that was noticed. So because it does require public notice, you know, the substance of the agreement couldn't, or the substance of the application and proposals and conditions and all that wouldn't be able to be changed except for by motion in a meeting when you're, you know, voting either to accept it or, you know, or move on with it. So your options really are to table it for another meeting, whether that's a special hearing based on adjourning this meeting early or not. You'd have to really adjourn it before a decision was made here, which I don't think is going to happen. So I think you're left with tabling or somebody making a motion either to deny or approve, the ordinance as presented.
So my suggestion for the trustees to consider is that we make a motion to deny as presented, but waive, any further application fees and consider, the amended version in the future if staff and applicant are able to get a little bit closer and resolve the, hour or so of questions that came up tonight.
I'm good with that.
I agree with that. And I don't discount anything that the Merrills have done. This has been an ongoing process for the last 2 years. God bless you both for the perseverance and getting this done, but too much was raised tonight. And I agree that if we could start figuring out how to work in tandem, because I'm looking at the map, which Mr. Seitz was referring to about exactly where we need to, and this is under the wetlands delineation for potentially moving some of our infrastructure in the future from the ponds. It would be, we don't need that much. That's about what we'd be abandoning, just about right there. And you could bank that with what's needed.
Did you show?
So, yeah. So if we were looking at like just that much section, it would really change the dynamics of what we have to do for our projects in the future. And this has been a wonderful, wonderful discussion, and I'm glad everybody really participated.
Did you show Jordan?
Like that little section right there is what they're referring to, which is almost the width of what would be abandoned in the future for us to make this part of what needs to happen with the USDA and the EPA for us to change the infrastructure of the, down at the end of town. So, yeah, I think it's a very good idea. So I'd like to make a motion to deny this application with the waiving of the fees for the future so that staff and the Merrills can come back to the table to help delineate this better for the future.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Trustee Barilla.
I'm saying yes, right? Just gotta make sure. Sometimes you say no. Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Uyghur.
Yes.
Trustee Bierma.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes, and I would just like to, again, thank you for the amount of work you put into this packet and your willingness to be so benevolent with the land that you have and trying to make it a better place for everybody.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes, and I echo Tyler's sentiment.
Mayor Furman.
Yes, and I would like to see this come back, where we have our goals aligned and fewer questions.
The yeses have it unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Lisa and Sean and Ida.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll try to make it work. Somehow we can hopefully incorporate our half of the dead fan to help with the cause.
Thank you.
Beautiful, much appreciated.
Yep.
Let's work together on this.
Sounds good. Thanks. We'll be in touch.
All right, moving along to
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt. I want to make a quick cleansing statement for the record, just so if this is reviewed, which it sounds like it will be. And any time that we were discussing this particular item, the proposed Merrill Street vacation and the terms abandonment were used, it wasn't really used in light of true abandoned property. It was meant synonymously with vacating a public roadway. And so insofar that this record is reviewed, just please replace the word vacation or vacating as necessary with the term abandonment.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Noted.
All right, moving along to new business item 4C, consideration to approve amended Mullis Lake Campground Management Services contract.
All right, so last fall, when the Fulmers and I reviewed the season at Mullis, it was brought up that the contract that they're operating under was outdated in respect to when they start getting paid for taking reservations and their incentives. The changes are outlined in the agenda memo, including a slightly higher salary if you incorporate the old incentive, as well as a decreased incentive with a higher ceiling. And this is something we had discussed at the finance committee as well. Yep.
Yeah, we went through this in depth.
Hang on, I still got to get through 9,000 pages.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on, I lost my place when I clicked off.
Page 214. And I'm going to do my best to expedite these conversations and kind of go with the request for the negative rather than the positive, but this all looked good to me. Did anyone have any concerns about the proposed revisions?
I did not have any concerns.
Jim and Molly and I was at that meeting. I know I've missed a few, but we put a lot of thought and a lot of time into it. And I think I think we all gave it approval, and we would suggest that the board approve it.
I can go ahead and make a motion to nullify the existing contract signed on March 16th, 2021 and accept the new contract for the management of Mullis Lake Campground.
I'll second Jordan.
Thank you both. Roll call, please.
Trustee Barilla.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Uyghur.
Yes.
Trustee Bierma.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Marnie.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4D, consideration to adopt resolution 2022-09, a resolution authorizing signatories on all town bank accounts.
And Matt is here to harness any questions. He did write a board packet memo outlining this change.
So Tyler wasn't at the last meeting because obviously he's very busy, but he got voted into this position without being there. So we just hope he accepts
Of course.
it.
Of course, I'll accept it.
You got drafted, brother.
Was that the one when was that the meeting where I was on the
Just
side of
please.
Kendall Mountain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you texted us.
I was
Yeah.
out looking for a lost person.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I'm happy to do it. So.
Okay,
Great. And so for clarification for everyone, this is just transitioning Molly's signatory role to Tyler. So we'll now have Jim and Tyler as signatories.
So I will make a motion to accept resolution 2022-09, authorizing signatories to the town bank accounts. Changing it from myself to,
Tyler.
I know, but I'm only going to call you Tyler. Trustee George, thank you.
I can second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Trustee Barilla.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Absolutely, yes.
Trustee Uyghur.
Yes.
Trustee Bierma.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Yes, have it unanimously.
Wonderful. All right, thank you. Moving along to item 4E, consideration to adopt resolution 2022-10, a resolution designating a public space for posting meeting notices for the town of Silverton for the calendar year of 2022.
And this is the joy of having Matt on board because he's been studying CRSs and reminded me that we needed to have a resolution every year to where we post our
Public notices.
public notices. Yeah.
Yeah.
Essentially, everything stays the same except for we're actually within
Complying.
statutes compliance.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2022-10, a resolution designating a public place for posting meeting notices for the town of Silverton, Colorado for the 2022 calendar year.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Trustee Barilla.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Uyghur.
Yes.
Trustee Bierma.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Pass yes unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving along to item 4F, consideration to add staff to the town planning department. And this one is very important.
So this staffing request is in response to the need to increase capacity in our planning department. This morning, Lisa laid out her projects for the next 2 months, and there are at least 40 citizen projects, and the majority were in town. On top of those 40 applications, the planning department is tackling a rewrite of the code, staff projects such as Columbine Park, master planning, and day-to-day activities. In this staff quest to strengthen organizational capacity, we need to establish systems to streamline our planning process, including online applications, guides for citizens, and refining our review process. So in order to tackle this, we would like to essentially hire 2 part-time trainees who can tackle these projects while creating more capacity for Clark and Lisa to continue their work more efficiently.
I read your, is that, anybody else want to go? Okay, I read your proposal, and it seems like the reason I'm for this is we delayed the hiring of the two other positions, and because we delayed those hires, we saved almost the amount that it will cost us to hire these 2 new people. And so I think because we have that savings, I think it makes sense to get them help. And Lisa and Clark, they're overworked. So there's a ton of projects that need to be done. I was talking to Bill and Todd Bogue downstairs the other day, and they're surprised that we get done what we get done in the time we do, with the amount of work we have. So I think giving them some help is a great idea.
I agree.
Awesome. I'm just going to flip this to the negative for the sake of expediting the timing. Anyone have any concerns with the proposal?
Well, I know that I understand the reason in the budget for why we would hire 2 part-time employees. And I agree with Tyler that the budget impact because of the late hires is very compelling. This is not a concern to not support this, but I just would like to try to look ahead in time to the place where we could hire a full-time employee, because I think that work is more efficient generally. But under the current conditions, I support how this is laid out.
And our goal would be that someone would rise to that level that we would be like, this person.
Yeah, it's a good entry step into it. I agree with that.
That's how we got Clark.
Yeah, great. It's how, I totally support. I'm on board. Let's make a motion. Shall I make a motion?
Please.
I'll make a motion to approve the additional staff added to the planning department. Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Trustee Barilla.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Wiegert.
Yeah.
Trustee Bierma.
Yes.
And sorry, Trustee Wiegert, did you say yes or no? I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Sorry about that. Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes, and kind of echoing Sally's comment that, the question of, is this enough? It seems like a really great start, but I'm, still supportive of, even more if necessary.
Passed unanimously with roll call.
Thank you very much. All right, moving along to item 4G, consideration to sign letter of recommendations for a letter of support for the Mountain Studies Institute.
So this is
which I
another,
think is a typo. Sorry, Gloria, go ahead.
so this is another request for the congressional direct spending from MSI. And we do have Jake here to harness any questions. This is a 2-part, so they are looking for a letter of support as well as funding for their local match as well.
Thank you. And similarly, any reservations about this letter of support from the board?
I don't hear any, but we have Dr. Cruiswell on the line here.
And he hung in there until 10
Yeah.
o'clock.
It's so damn patient.
I do appreciate that, Jim. I do appreciate that. And please call me Jake.
Yes, sir.
So I'd be happy to run it through you, but you know, it's late, so if
My only question, the matching, the matching cover costs of $5,000. And I read this earlier, but now all I can think about are wetlands and fens.
certainly related.
This is to help you with your match to secure the rest of the grant. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're applying for a Colorado Healthies River Fund. That's due actually on the 1st of the month here. And if you could support anyway financially, that's absolutely great. We think we do have the ability to leverage it through our partners and possibly internally, but it would definitely be appreciative if you wanted to support it financially.
Molly?
So that actually was my question. Tyler kind of took it. Because MSI had a potential to put into our request funds that we created because they are a direct 501c3.
Sure.
And we did not receive any letter for them for this fiscal year. The budget impact of that is what, Gloria? Because do we have anything left? Has divvied out everything?
For our nonprofit.
Our nonprofit. Yeah, so we did allocate all of our nonprofit budget at this point. You have the discretion to raise that if you'd like.
Do we have anything left in what we called our good deeds or our discretionary fund?
That is all spoken for. As of today, we've spent $10,000 we've spent $10,645 out of that $15,000.
Oh. So if we committed 2,500, half of their request, it would still be within our budgets. We wouldn't have to change anything supplementally. And they would know next year to put in for the requests that come down the line through our new process.
Yes.
And if I could speak to that, Molly, it's incredibly appreciative. I do apologize for not submitting. This idea actually came out of Community Builders less than 3 weeks ago. It seemed like a really good fit. We saw this funding opportunity. We said, hey, let's go for it. But man, do I appreciate your ability to find some funds here. And it is duly noted. Really appreciative.
Will that work, Dr. Jake?
Oh, most certainly. Most certainly.
So the project is not impeded without full funding.
No, I'm confident that even with that match from the town, we'll be able to leverage that further. And I'm unconcerned with being able to find that 5,000. And again, incredibly appreciative of the support.
Okay, so I will make a motion to create.
Just lost it.
Oh, sorry. I didn't even realize Tyler got up. Yeah, we need to wait for Tyler to come back. Sure. Hey, I had to do it a second ago too. We've been sitting here a long time.
We have a quorum without Tyler.
Do we?
Well, we do.
Does he want to be on record to supporting it?
Yeah.
Would he like to be, I guess I should
I don't
say.
know. I'll just wait a second.
I've waited this long. I have no problem waiting.
Best answer all night.
Yeah.
Molly, are you thinking that you'll make a motion to approve the 2,500? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you okay with that?
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
And Jake thought he was going to be late to this.
I did. I got stuck on an avalanche. There's an avalanche up on the pass. It wasn't even the pass, just coming into town. And I thought I was going to take the call in my car, being stuck by an avalanche, and here I am, 10 o'clock. No problems.
Okay, Tyler. No, I didn't make the motion.
Yeah. That too.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the letter of support for MSI with a funding request match of 2,500.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Thank you, T.
Trustee Barella?
Yes.
Trustee Harper?
Yes.
Trustee Weir?
Yes.
Trustee Bierma?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney,
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously, all yes.
All right. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna respectfully take my leave. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks
We're all
for hanging
jealous.
in there.
Take care.
All right, everybody. Moving along to new business item 4H, announcement of 3 vacant positions on the library board.
And as outlined in the memo, we will be accepting letters of intent until April 6th with the purpose to have the Board of Trustees decide on those or to appoint those.
Oh, there's just one typo.
Okay.
It's in the second paragraph, last line. It is actually Carrie Metzler, who is the remaining board member at this time. I just want that on record, not Terry Kerwin.
That's so funny. Okay, Jackie told me it was Terry. And so this is informational only. We are still looking for a library director, and the deadline for the applications has been extended to April 21st. Get those applications in and letters of intent.
Well, and I was just wondering if it could be extended past the new board. And then new board members can be
Considered.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, so we're trying to get the letters of intent by the 6th so that can go in your packet.
Yeah, it goes in the packet
for the 11th, and then you can.
Oh,
For the
I have
library
to come,
board.
I have to come off.
Yeah, okay. Just
So
making sure that,
so then that comes in with your appointments.
Good point.
just,
Yeah.
I was confused about the timing.
You're totally.
My bad.
Good point.
Fun.
And I had a question on the following page, page 233.
Dan Bender.
Okay. I very much appreciate his letter of resignation.
You should
He
have.
was on the board.
Oh, yes, he was awesome.
Well-read.
He's a very well-read man. Oh, yeah. During COVID, Jackie would make sure that she had books that she would take to him every week. Yep. And then Rebecca's was very unconventional because she was
Yep.
out of town.
Yep, the old text message resignation.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Anything else on library board?
No, informational only.
Cool. All right. Moving along to approval of the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, or does anyone have any questions about something included in it?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call with respect to the approval of the consent agenda.
Trustee Barilla,
Yes.
Trustee Harper,
Yes.
Trustee Uyghur,
Yes.
Trustee Bierma,
Yes.
Trustee George,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney,
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Is yes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to staff reports.
So there are a couple of requests for letters of support for the congressional direct spending. The congressional direct spending was announced last week and is due April 8th. The CDS program is an opportunity for state and local government entities and nonprofits to request funding from members of Congress for specific projects in their home states. Funding for these projects, if selected by the Senate committee, would be distributed as part of the federal appropriation process during fiscal year 2023. So Director Seitz and I met today on the town of Silverton's request. And we would ask for trustee support for the town's application for funding the construction of a new wastewater treatment plant, as well as upgrades to our collection system. We reviewed previous applications and we had saw that the town of Rico has put in for this in years past, as well as I think it was Dove Creek. There's been a lot going on. I wasn't able to get this on the agenda in time. I was actually considering a special meeting, but thought I might throw this in and see. I don't have numbers for you now. We are still working through that process right now.
Well, do it. It's my opinion.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Okay.
there's no harm. I mean, it's.
Yeah. I just wanted to pass it by you guys before I I really went down this rabbit hole, so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions from trustees on staff reports? Great. All right. Committee reports.
Planning Commission.
Sure. I can touch on that really quick. I printed out an agenda from the other night. We took roll call at 7:01. We touched on the improvements in the permit application for the old 100 mine and mill. The presenter was Bill Jones, talking about grooming of some roads up there and some grates that he wanted to reinforce, and some new ones that he wanted to install with regards to safety and some of those mines that folks are shimmying under and getting into the mines themselves, possible hazards. That was approved. The county improvement permit application for the Gray Rock Village North Parcel. We touched on that. That one went relatively quick, and Jess can jump in and tell me if I'm incorrect, but I'm not. Town rezoning application and proposal by the Joyce family for tiny homes that we touched on and went into great detail, and this was approved unanimously. The last agenda item, which was the Cranker residence up on the side of the hill, lots 23, 24, block 40, parcels B and C, and the abandonment of the right-of-way, that came under deeper scrutiny and was tabled until our next meeting. If you'd like, I can go into detail for why. The mayor is smiling at me. Okay. There were several questions regarding the street itself, the ability for the fire trucks and EMS to turn around and to get into the property in case of an emergency. We felt as a board that more information was needed, and we asked the homeowners and the applicants to seek out that information and provide us at the next meeting.
Thank you,
sir.
Because there's plenty of times where you're like, oh, I can get in there, but I can't get out.
And you can't, so.
In an ambulance, I mean.
Sometimes in a car, just
Sometimes in a car too, yeah.
And that was it.
I can't imagine chief in the big trucks, so.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, sir.
We had a finance committee meeting. We elected Tyler to become the signer, which he graciously allowed us to do this evening. We also went over some numbers that were very inconsistent. And Gloria is diving deeper into why. We did have some record-breaking January, but I'm really going to say that we're attributing it to fourth quarter payees. Does that make sense? You can either pay your bills monthly to the state, or you can pay quarterly, just depending on the volumes that you do when you're selling in town or online. And we get some really unusual bumps, like every time we have a quarter. And the January one seems to be the biggest when payments are coming in. So we're attributing potentially some of these irregularities to that. But Gloria, like I said, is going to dive in deeper to find out exactly how this works, which is why we created that whole consent thing for us to be able to go in and talk to the state without having to use the county to facilitate all this. So I'm really glad that we got that all passed and we have our own ability. So, and that was pretty much all we did. So you didn't miss much.
Great. Thank you very much, Molly. All right, moving along to trustee reports. Anything from the trustees this evening?
Yeah. It's come to my attention that the United States Senate is trying to pass a bill. It's Senate Bill 3910. And it's for the allocation of funds for emergency services, staffing and support. It's called the EMS Staffing and Support Act. And I would just like everybody to know that this goes to all rural, small town emergency services. And if you feel so inclined, please call Senators Hickenlooper and Bennett and ask them to support that, because we have a real problem with retention of emergency services staff and training, which is the support aspect. And they'll have $500 million available if this passes. And I just feel like as a member of the town board and as the director of EMS, I would just like to ask everybody to consider calling their senator.
I have a question. Would a letter of support from the Board of Trustees be better?
That would be great. If that's something we can do, that I can bring that to the next meeting.
Can we do that?
I would sign it.
Can we do that?
We have a thumbs up.
Clay, can we do it legally?
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
I will draft a letter and bring it to the next meeting. Thank you.
So that would be on old business? Yep. Okay.
For this board to. Tyler, is that it for your?
I'm sorry, that's it.
There's candidates night over spring break, so I wasn't here for it, but it's on YouTube, I think.
Yep.
So the public can view it on YouTube. And all three candidates were here. And did you have in-person attendees or?
We had there was probably 20 some attendees in the audience.
Oh, wow.
The questions were all pre-prepared, but they had taken a survey and then Deanne had distilled them so that the same question wasn't asked over and over again.
Right.
And yeah, I felt like I was cheating answering the questions because I've been to all these board meetings, so I know what we were working on. But I was very impressed with the other two candidates, and I'm excited for them to be joining us. And yeah, we'll be sorry to have Molly and Jess leave. I learned a lot from you guys, so.
Nice, thanks.
You heard that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Somebody's here.
Yeah, I agree. It was good.
An agenda item.
Oh, hey, cool.
Great. Moving on to continued business. Consideration to approve this is item 9A, consideration to approve the special event Hard Rock 100 Endurance Run contract.
And Matt, can you promote Nathan to panelist? Or
Need to talk, or can we just approve it?
Hi, can you hear me?
That's why we built.
Yes, we can, Nathan.
Hi, Nathan.
Perfect. So after much back and forth, we were able to finally, Dale Garland and I with the Hard Rock 100 Endurance Run, we're finally able to get with his board and create a contract that everyone's happy with. And this event has turned into a staple of Silverton. So we wanted just to solidify that for the next 3 years. That way we had a assignment of duties for the event, organizers, as well as the town. There aren't many changes compared to a typical special event application that they do turn in. We are allowing them additional use of the facilities that we own. We're just delineating the responsibilities of town and the organization. And I am extremely excited to continue working with Dale. He puts on a great event and he is a wonderful individual to work with. Unfortunately, I don't think he was able to make it on tonight due to the time. But if y'all have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them for you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to enter the agreement for the Hard Rock 100 Endurance Special Run event. This agreement for the Hard Rock 100 Endurance Special event entered into on this 28th day of March 2022 between the town of Silverton, the town, and Hard Rock 100 Endurance Run, the organization, a Colorado nonprofit, collectively the parties.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Trustee Barilla.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Wiegert.
Yes.
Trustee Bierma.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Excited for the event for at least 3 more years, hopefully much longer. All right, item 9B, review and approval of Columbine Park Construction Partner Proposal. In parentheses, RFP due February 25th at 4 p.m. Supplemental information will be delivered ASAP. And we did, as trustees, receive supplemental information this afternoon from Gloria.
And so this is for the construction of our Columbine Park with our restrooms and our community facilities. The one proposal that we did get back was significantly higher than what we had originally proposed due to building costs going just way up. I've kind of broken down the costs if we were to take out a lease purchase over this. So I was able to get a hold of some people for kind of these estimates that I sent to you all as well. One thing about this is this proposal that we did receive is willing to do construction this summer with labor only at 10% of the hard costs. So it's an extremely competitive bid, I would say, despite the price. And then just to keep in mind that this grant match is based off of the lease purchase. So this is tied in with our Blair Street grant. If we do receive that Blair Street grant, we had intended to make our match this lease purchase of the building in total of 525, where is it? $525,359. So if we go above that, I mean, that's okay. We just probably wouldn't want to not do it because that would come out of our general fund, which we could still probably figure out how to afford, but it would be much more advantageous for us to leverage money with the lease purchase as well as the grant. So Todd is here to harness any questions. He ran over for this one. It's a very important project for the staff. We're hoping that we can figure out a way to keep moving forward on this project.
And it was my understanding that, I'm sorry, what was the total grant for the Blair Street project? We were leveraging 200 and.
Yeah, so our total project for that was, and I laid it out in here somewhere. 1.9 million for the Blair Street.
That was for the grant, but and our match was.
525,000.
Oh, yeah, I just found it.
Or 350.
No, you said it.
Yeah.
525, 350.
Yep, I just found it. I mean,
what's staff's recommendation with this kind of surprise increase to the budget?
Honestly, the sticker shock got us at first, but once I got a hold of, the financial guy that I talked to, and he was able to give me kind of a breakdown on what this would look like as an impact on our annual budget. The idea of spending like less than 3% of our annual budget paying off the loan over a certain amount of time, it seemed like we could still move forward with this project and have a really incredible building over there. I know it's hard in this climate right now with prices going up, and we are not sure when it's going to go down. But I would be cautious to keep pushing this one off. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Tyler, just one more quick follow-up is, I hear that, but I also think we're aggressively pursuing building housing. And I think we can anticipate building costs, at least in the immediate future, which we're trying to build housing within, to be similar. Is this going to negatively impact our ability to pursue housing as aggressively as we have been? Is this like a one or the other, or do you see bandwidth for all the things we want to do financially?
Well, so now there's two parts there. So housing, we do have grants and kind of a plan forward with building out those 10 townhomes that we do have. But if you're thinking about land banking, then that's something we would need to talk about as far as how much debt we would want to commit ourselves to for future.
Thank you.
Yep, Tyler.
I was just going to comment that I realize that the price of building has gone up and the price of supplies have gone up. But talking to several builder friends of mine, they don't foresee those going down in the near future. And there's some speculations that they just won't go down ever to where they were. We are going to be stuck with these high building. This is just going to be the cost of doing business. So yeah, it's tough to swallow if you look at what it cost 5 years ago. But I think if we want to really try and get this done, we may want to do it now before they go up even higher.
No, you're good. Go ahead. So Gloria and I talked about this today. I'm sure she called every single one of you. And my thought was to do it in stages, get the bathroom section first, build out the whole building, leave it so the plumbing's there and the electrical's there, and then go through in stages to build it. But now that she actually has this proposal on how we could lease purchase it over the time frame, I feel that is something that I mean, it's really low. If you look at those numbers, especially over the 10-year, I would do the 10-year personally, just by looking at this. If we don't decide to do it, I would still suggest that we do it in some stages. So, because that's the only way, because it was brought to my attention by a local. He said, you want to look at something that looks like a war zone, just go look at the potty park. So just saying.
It's one of the
It's
biggest
the face
eyesores
of the
in town.
community. It is the face of the community. And I think this is part of the revitalization that needs to happen immediately.
I totally agree. And it is a project that we've prioritized since before I was on the board. And Jess has spoken to that over some time. My one thought I had on funding is this is such a shovel-ready project. Like, is there some federal funding coming down the line, like aside from the Blair Street grant that might, it just seems like such a high qualifying project for federal money, or I don't know. If it adds comfort to me to know that there is, I think, some funding out there potentially if we got in if we felt like this cost isn't something that we wanted to swallow long-term, it seems like there would be an ability to.
And one area
support
where
it.
we could look at funding is that the landscaping portion of it to show that community benefit. And there might be some funding that we could get. I was trying to look for funding for this earlier.
Yeah, and it's last minute. So I don't expect it. Then my other thought on the stages thing would just be to get Todd's input on that potentially, just because I think there's some advantages of staging it out, but there could potentially be disadvantages, and just in terms of like bulk, and once you get here, you're here, and because everyone who comes to Silverton to build has to come, bring supplies in, or I don't know, like there's
Also
probably
cost.
benefits and drawbacks of cost to smaller increments versus just a big bulk.
Well, and again, so the Blair Street grant is going to be 1.9. We're spending half of it on this project. I mean, I feel like that's the best use of those funds right now.
Right.
That is one of the biggest eyesores in town.
And it could just really create such a benefit to the community.
So the financial advisor that I've been working with, he was very impressed with our leveraging funds using a lease purchase as a match. We got kudos for that.
Sweet.
This one's just making me feel a little uncomfortable. We pretty quickly approved the initial $500,000 budget, and to double it just as quickly makes me uncomfortable. I feel like we at the very least need to get additional bids, see what the price per square foot's coming out at, and then really understand if this is going to preclude us from purchasing land or other things that. And I agree with Tyler, usually construction costs go up and then they go flat, and then they don't go down normally, but the land prices we've seen in the last couple of years go up even more than construction costs. And so if this is something that we're choosing over buying land or building housing, as much as we need it, buying land and building housing is an investment that generates more tax revenue for the town. Whereas this is an investment for the overall quality of the community, which is a super high priority for us, but it's just, I'm not sure which one I would pick as the priority in this scenario.
And normally I would not argue with you. But in this case, I will make the argument that our goals, our trustee goals were to kind of address our deferred maintenance. Before I'm like, not that this is stated in the goals, but thinking about that in terms of before embarking on something new is taking care of what we have.
Well, I guess I have another question. We can leverage up to almost $2 million with this grant. And so if we decided to put this on hold to use the monies we have for land banking, then we would be using the $500,000 that we're going to get on the lease loan rather than and pass up on $2 million worth of renovation and beautification. And I mean, I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but I really think having, free money when we can get it to address some of the things that we did come up with in our retreat, then we're leveraging it to the utmost and the maximum that we can. That's not to say if we thought we could get a different bid that would be lower, I would, I might entertain that. I do know that 9318 is in town, and if they can start this summer, those are all things that I think we're going to find aren't available to us from other contractors.
I agree with you 100%.
Sheen has his hand up.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't we also maybe evaluate a different building plan that's less like, are we really prepared to spend $900,000 on what's essentially public restrooms in Silverton? Like, do we need $900,000 of restrooms, or can we scale that back and create a project, spend another $20,000 on planning, but scale back the project to $500,000 to $600,000 to accomplish the same purpose with maybe some, not the second story or other things like that.
And this is
can we
where
bring
I'll
this back
invite-
within budget?
Yeah, and so Shane, we've looked in that, and I'll invite Todd Bove to the podium to address that one.
And maybe if I can add to that, just like if there's another way of looking at the space that generates additional revenue.
Sure. I'd like to touch on a couple of things here. First, to address Shane's question, There was an article in the Durango Herald this morning. I'm not sure if some of you saw it. Dolores is building some restrooms at one of their parks, not the scale of what we're going for here. What we're going for here is an information center, restrooms, storage garages, meeting space, and a really functional concession space for community events, and a complete overhaul of the exterior of the park. So sod, sprinklers, landscaping. I mean, this really will be a gem of our community. They're pursuing it through a grant. I believe they have a $10,000 match. Their original project budget was around 130 or 140,000. They got approval, I believe, last night. It's doubled. It's $260,000. And what they're building is essentially what we have, except half the size. They're building cinder block restrooms, about probably 20 feet by 30 feet. And it's like a restroom facility you'd see in any national park based on the renderings that I saw. So very, very simple sloped roof cinder block building. And they're committing to that for $260,000. It's a building that would have cost less than 100 grand a couple of years ago. So when you put that into context of what $250,000 may get you, what $500,000 may get you, it's not a generational project. I think why staff is so enthusiastic about this project is the community benefit. We have an opportunity here between this project and the CDOT grant to make generational change for the community. This is a big one, and it's going to support nearly every aspect of what we do here in town as far as promoting events, attracting tourists. We're a tourism community. This is critical infrastructure, in my opinion, and it's built for growth. We're doubling the number of stalls. We're increasing the footprint of the building. We're providing a downtown, centrally located recreation information center. This is all stuff that lays the groundwork for things like Baker's Park, for things like expanding our event schedule, things like developing the river walk. If we don't have the essentials like restrooms in place, I don't think we're prepared for growth, whether it be accommodating visitors or accommodating our residents. And as far as deferring the project, phasing the project, those are certainly things we could look into. But what I would encourage the board to think about is what this project looked like in its infancy 2 or 3, probably almost 4 years ago, which was we didn't even have the money to knock down Old Town Hall. We had no idea how we were going to complete this project, but we knew we needed it, and we needed it to support the businesses. The burden of Columbine Park will be placed on our business owners and our restaurant owners if it were to fail. And it has come close to failing. Thankfully, it hasn't. But this really does lay the groundwork for all these other, all this potential future growth and all these great things that we talk about. And my recommendation would be, aside from wastewater and some of those really, really critical infrastructure projects, this has absolutely been our #1 for many, many years. And there is some sticker shock there. We thought the bid was high, but we are using, as far as I know, entirely local contractors. So 9318 would be the general contractor. Pete Meisel would be doing the demolition. I believe Dave Zanoni would be doing the plumbing. Carson would be doing the electrical. These are our guys. And this is the bid they came up with, and it's the cost of doing business. And I think the cost benefit, $1 million does seem high, but it is an investment in our community. And we could certainly get creative and scale it back, but I feel like we would be doing the town a disservice as well as our residents. We deserve to have something nice, and the residents deserve to have something nice. And this is a really, really versatile space that's been designed to accommodate a lot of different things. And could potentially, when you look at this park in tandem with the CDOT grant, like I said, we're just talking about generational change and doing our part. This is a building that'll be there in 40 years. Our last time we did sidewalks, I believe, was many, many years ago. I'm not even going to venture to guess, but I believe it started in the 30s. So I certainly respect the judgments of the board and would be happy to field any questions, but I can't stress enough how much staff time is into this and how much effort and just genuine love of this community has gotten into this to get us to this point. It took us a year to knock down the old building just to get the approvals.
I have a question. If we were to do some research into scaling it back and knocking that price down, what's the timeline on the grant look like, and will we lose out on the grant monies?
Well, that's a great question on what the timeline of the grant is. We have an ask in right now to CDOT to ask when they are going to announce awards, and I have not heard back. We sent it to them maybe a week and a half, almost 2 weeks ago.
Almost 2 weeks ago.
So we're still waiting for an answer on that one.
Okay, so
I don't think there would be a genuine impact because even if we were to scale this project back, I don't think we're going to scale 50% off of the price tag.
Yeah.
So when you look at the core of the building, the things we've added are not particularly expensive as far as where the scope started and where we kind of are now, as far as having that second floor, having a larger recreation information center. Those are kind of the cheap components of the building. When you talk about adding, that second floor, I believe you're knocking off maybe $80,000 or $100,000. The cost benefit of building for the future, I think, is where we start seeing those dividends pay. I think it'd be a shame to build a scaled back version that can't accommodate that growth. We've built in some growth here as far as the number of stalls and such, but it's growth that I think is coming. And we want to build something that's going to suit us for quite a while. If we trim back components or trim back stalls, we might be looking at either adding an addition or replacing it in 10 or 20 years. And I think when we do projects of this scale and this magnitude, we need to be thinking 20, 30, 40 years. We've designed this building to be serviced. So the front and the rear are slab on grade. All the plumbing is going to be accessible through a finished crawl space. So it's going to be a very repairable building. We're going to be able to get at all the guts of the building when something goes wrong. The floors are going to be concrete with epoxy on them. So if they crack, we can go repair them with epoxy. The stalls are going to be, probably fabricated by a local welder. If something breaks, we can hire a welder. We've thought about really every component of this as far as maximizing not only the aesthetic and the durability, but giving it the longevity where we're not in a situation like we are right now. The price tag does seem high, but I feel like part of the reason the price tag is so high is because of the decades of deferred maintenance over there. And I fall short of saying neglect, but it wasn't so pressing a decade ago. It's really pressing now that we can accommodate people with the positive opinion of our community. If people come here from any user group and we can't accommodate them, we're going to lose our tourism economy. We need to give back to the people that give to us.
I like that all of the people are local. Like you said, there are people. One other question, Gloria. So for some reason, I thought we had already been awarded the grant.
CDOT grant?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
we had to reapply.
Okay.
We were encouraged to reapply.
Okay. So there's a chance that we don't get the grant and then we're paying for this all out of our pocket.
The Blair Street project, I don't know if we could afford the entire Blair Street project.
Okay.
So this would probably go a standalone project if we were not awarded the grant.
Copy.
Yeah.
For clarification, I think you'd have two options at that point. You either would pay out of pocket for the match, or you would return the grant and not accept it.
Okay.
Jim?
This is for anybody. Knowing what inflation is doing to our currency, locking us in now would be more beneficial to us down the road, correct?
True.
Oh, absolutely.
If I had a glass ball, I would tell you, but.
Magic 8 Ball.
Magic eight ball.
And I mean that in all sincerity.
Yeah.
You're right. Cost of goods aren't gonna go down. It's not. Cost of labor is not gonna go down. It's not. The money is what it's worth. Knowing the socioeconomic climate that we're in, who the hell knows? But locking us in now guarantees we at least get one component of this done. For it.
I can hear Shane's point though, of just taking a sort of the stepping back and just making sure that we look at it from the perspective of opportunity costs. You know, what aren't we going to get? Because they're also at the mercy of the same, you know, negative economic factors that are affecting this project as well. And I'm just trying to think about, you know, what we've identified this one as a priority. It has a lot of staff hours into it. It has a lot of value to the community. It, you know, all of the points that you're making, Todd, I think are really important. And it's just, again, we don't have something up against it to say like, well, okay, but then are we not going to put money into a really high quality apartment complex? Or, you know, we don't have to, we have no comparison of what we're losing. So it's just, I'm not trying to undermine the project. I'm just trying.
We're trained to think that way here.
Yeah.
I think we can do this project and we are not overextending ourselves. We can do this. And it would not inhibit our ability to pursue these other goals of the town. And I think we're just used to being a this or that.
Totally.
And,
I
you know,
recognize
we've
that
never
thinking.
been healthier financially than we are right now. So to say there may be a better time, I think that time is now. 4 years ago or 3 years ago when we started this project, we would have killed to be in the situation we are in right now. To actually be able to pull it off. We thought this was a decade-long project. Here we are. You know, we could start demolition in 2 or 3 weeks if we greenlight it.
Molly?
So this is the only thing that rings so true with what's happening right now. Please realize this is a cost-only bid. No materials or subs have been marked up. I will be happy to share the bids with the city. Due to the volatility of pricing and availability of materials, the bid pricing is good for only 30 days. We will need to rebid and reprice item as the project moves forward. So that tells you how it could change dramatically.
Finite amount of time.
It is a finite amount of time. I completely understand where Shane is coming from on this, but we're going to have to do the exact same realization, well, the new board will, with the projects moving forward up over in the Anvil subdivision, if everything moves the way we want to. So this is a massive realization, and I have done it for myself. So I know what is happening. I had a bid for a fence, 80-foot metal. Came in at $17,000. $17,000. Let me put that all into percent. It's 80 foot long. It is only 6 foot high, and it is not even solid. That is slats every 4 inches. And this is around the house that I have in Lake Havasu. So I know my friends had one very similar, actually about 110 feet, only cost him $8 just about 4 years ago. So let's just keep that into mind. The cost of metal is outrageous. So I'm doing something different, but I know exactly how volatile this is because I about lost it anyway. So I love the 10-year structure. And I think that is the ultimate way to go. It balances, it keeps everything within a line in a budget. We're out, I mean, it's only $100K a year. It's amazing what that came up with on those line items. So yeah, I'm for the 10-year lease purchase.
Jim?
Oh, thank you. Jess, this is in your wheelhouse. You have anything to say? I'm putting you on the spot, bud.
Yeah, and after seeing this afternoon, I just got the biggest stomach ache and a heartache because this is a project I wanted to push forward so much with my the trustee, and then something so sorely needed. And I know staff has spent so much time on this, but to me, the bid looked high. I know what kind of climate it in. I understand what everybody's saying about inflation and cost of materials and labor and all that. I'm intimately aware, but if we can make this happen, if there's any way to make this happen, I'd love to see it go forward. Like we've all been saying, this is the face of the town, but this is a high bid, and really torn with pushing it forward.
It sounds like we might hear from the CDOT grant in the under 30 days from receiving this bid. Is that correct?
That's my.
I really have
last question, too.
no idea. I was trying to get something out of them as soon as I could, but I can't guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to receive this, sorry, Shane.
I feel super uncomfortable with this. Like the idea of doubling the budget, one meeting, this just feels so hasty, and these are taxpayer dollars. I felt the same. Jess articulated this much better than I did. And I'm hearing general support from the majority of the board. And Todd's presentation was very compelling as well, and I totally get where he's coming from. I really think the smart money would hold here. And at the very least, I think we should try and get something from CDOT before making a decision. And I also think we should get 2 more bids, even though all those guys are very respectable, stand-up local contractors. It just seems like a decision tonight to approve this would be hasty, in my opinion.
I would say if we had the CDOT, an answer from CDOT, then I would be an automatic yes. But since we don't, that makes it more difficult.
And we don't have a good sense of when they could come in and tell us in 2 weeks, or we could find out from them in 3 months. Like, how far out are they on?
I could speak to that a little. So we had a bit of an issue, which was we've committed this 525, 359 already.
Yeah.
That's our matching funds for the CDOT grant. We can't expend any funds until that grant is awarded. So if we were to spend any of that 525, 359 now, it would not be eligible as a matching fund for the CDOT grant. We were juggling and trying to figure out ways to, to keep the project moving forward because of our construction window here. If we don't find out till June from CDOT, it's not getting built this year. So we started getting creative as far as trying to figure out ways to, really get the project going in April, because that's really when we would need to start to do this year. What we have now is an opportunity where if this is approved, we can get going on the project immediately because we would have approximately or $500,000 in slush that's not committed to the match. So it would not inhibit our ability now to order windows, order doors, et cetera. Those things, it's my understanding, are backed up 8 to 10 months. So even if we were to break ground in April, we might be waiting on windows and doors until December.
Yeah. So 2 more questions. One's related and one's a little tangential. The related one is, would we also need to waive the town's process for bidding out projects, or did we meet our adopted process already?
We are scheduled right now. So like I said, there's been a lot of juggling. We've been trying to keep the project essentially on schedule. The designs are scheduled to go to the Planning Commission on April 22nd.
I meant so we adopted something earlier this year saying like, based on dollar amount, what our process had to be in terms of bidding out projects.
So we did go through the formal process of issuing the RFP. Since we only received one bid back, that's still valid. So it's up to your discretion if you wanted to go out for more bids. We can certainly do that as well.
Gotcha.
But
And then the
this is
tangential
valid.
question, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I think I just have like a half-second delay, so I keep interrupting people. My apologies. When we originally saw the Blair Street revitalization plan that was proposed by the Blair Street organization, wasn't it 1.1 million for the entire project, not including the park or something in that ballpark? So like sidewalks, lights, signage.
I believe the original bid was somewhere around $1 million.
Yeah, so I get like, we can anticipate that probably going up at least like 20 to 35% as well, but just framing this also that the entire revitalization project is about the same amount that we're talking about spending right now. No?
It's actually double. We did receive.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did receive a recent update so that we could submit it with our new grant application. So we received that in January, right? From SGM, and it was 1.9. And I don't have it in front of me.
Isn't it updated again in brackets, 2 point something?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is, 2.056.
So we're up
yeah.
to about 3 million for total Blair Street projects. Town projects?
Actually, we'd be up 2.5 million for total Blair Street projects.
So the 2.5 is inclusive of the Columbine Park?
Correct.
Yes.
So it's only one.
No, wait, hold on. Let me backtrack that. Thinking this late is hard. Yes, so it would be, well, because that was budgeted. No, that would be 2.5 because the 525,000 was already budgeted into that. No, it wasn't. It was separate, right?
I was trying to get us at like, are we at 2.6 or are we at 3 something in terms of what we need to do to get there?
Speaking in loose numbers, not to the penny. We matched the 525 and we asked CDOT for around 1.5.
Because of our match, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So we're still about $1 million short.
CDOT project would be $2 million in total, and 525 of that would be matching funds. So the entirety of this would probably the best bid we could probably give is 2.6.
All right, and I just want to, I'm sorry, this is helpful, but I want to take a pause real quick. We have 3 minutes before we need to officially make a motion to continue the meeting or adjourn. So just want to get a sense in the room. What do you guys want to do?
Can I ask Gloria a question? Gloria, based on talking to the financial advisor, based on.
No, Tyler, let's just get us like, are we going to extend the meeting past 11 or are we going to try and wrap it up in 2 minutes? Let's figure that out before 11.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Barella?
No.
Trustee Harper?
Yes.
Trustee Wiegert?
Generally, I'm not in favor of extending meetings beyond 11, but I also do not want to see this turn into another meeting in the middle of the week. So yes, let's get this over with.
Trustee Bierma?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yes.
Mayor Furman?
Yes, thanks for that formality, guys. I just didn't want to cruise past 11. All right, Tyler, back to you.
Gloria, so in all your research, talking to the financial advisor, et cetera, what is your recommendation?
The town can't afford this. Based on our increase in tax revenue since 2019, I feel like we are in a really good financial place to be able to move forward on a large project such as this.
Thank you.
And is this the project? I just have to go there. I'm sorry. I just have to. Like, we've got Moelis, we've got Kendall, we've got, maybe this is not very
The
helpful.
wastewater.
We have housing. What was that, Shane? I'm sorry.
Wastewater.
Oh, yeah. Aside from the infrastructure and.
Yeah, I feel like those are, we had immediate goals. And this was one of them, and the rest of them are gonna take another months and months and months to develop and to get through the process. And by that time, we shouldn't hope, but we could hope that there's other grants for it. I know there's federal grant money for wastewater. And I mean, this has been on this board's plate for 4 years. And that bid blew me away as well, but it could take another 2 months to get 2 more bids, and those guys maybe they can't start for another year. So, I mean, I am in favor of going for this project and getting this project done.
I mean, if we were up 25% or even like 40%, I think I'd be with you, but we're up 100% almost, or 90 something percent. That just seems like too much.
And what I would say is that this isn't going to compromise another project. Like, we are working on the townhomes. We are pursuing that going forward. We are doing deferred maintenance, with Kendall Deck. We are doing organizational capacity, as all of these goals that we had outlined in the retreat. We're doing all of these at the same time. I don't know, as far as our capacity goes, we had already planned for this as being at capacity. If we start thinking about spending this money in other ways, that's a lot more to add to our plates. If that makes sense to you guys. We have already kind of planned for this. I know I'm advocating.
Is there any chance that we'll find out about the CDOT grant before our next meeting?
I hope so. I'm sorry, I can't give you.
I mean, because this bid that we have is good for 30 days.
Yeah.
And so if we could table this and hope that the CDOT grant came in, and then we're up against the wire then, and we have to make a decision. That would, I guess, be my recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to table this for another 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We could handle.
30 days starting when?
Todd, what do you think?
I got it right here.
Shane has his hand up.
How tight is this bid? So like, we agree to this and then we order a bunch of stuff, but then like 3 months from now, we order a bunch more stuff, but that stuff's 20% more. Like, how much cushion is in this bid? Like, what happens if the bid goes up another 25% between now and completion?
Well, and that should be in the, well, they used to be in contracts. They'd say something like 7 to 10%, but who knows now?
I agree, Shane. I don't want to see change orders down the road and all these.
Even not a change order. I mean, I'm going through a renovation right now, and every time we order something, it costs more. And so, like, unless we order 100% of materials on the day we sign this thing, there's a high likelihood that it costs more, or that the timeline gets extended because something takes 8 months to get here.
Or the builder eats those costs.
Gloria, what day was this received?
What's that?
Yep. When do we have?
Friday.
30.
Friday.
So we have 30 days from Friday.
Okay.
Probably, does it say a date on that estimate?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm so glad.
Is this something we would be able to, so when we do the transition, are we able to do any substantive business before the transition at the next meeting? Could we put like one or
Yes,
two
it's
things on
under
the
old
agenda?
business. It has to be
Okay.
done. Yes.
Okay. How does everybody feel about bumping this to the next meeting? I mean, I think if we voted right now, the board's going to approve it. So, you know, I support the board. I do not approve this as it is right now, but if we bump it to the next meeting and we get positive news from CDOT, that could change the overall feeling.
Bump it.
I'm fine with either.
I'll make a motion to table this.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Barella.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Uyghur.
Yes.
Trustee Bierma.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
And Amos, yes, for table.
I have nothing.
Gloria, you'll keep us in the loop if you hear about that CDOT grant. You'll
And also just, I wonder if we could put a little time, not tons of time, into just looking at other funding sources.
Yep.
Like the lottery, like not the lottery.
towns play the Powerball, is that?
All right, election update.
We can play
9C.
bingo.
All right, and this is informational only from Matt.
All right, of course, the trustees are pretty much aware of this, but for record on YouTube and so forth. On March 17th, deadline for write-in candidates elapsed. At that point, there's only three candidates contesting the seats and only 3 seats to be contested. And so in accordance with Colorado state statutes and Silverton Municipal Code, the trustees were legally able to and voted to cancel the 2022 election and declare the candidates elected.
Great.
Thank you.
Still have one question on that. Somebody should have a 2-year term and then 2 should have 4-year terms.
Looked over this with the attorney and per, where did I put that? I had that all written on an email too. Do you still have the email available? Statute
I
was
feel
that?
like we received that from you, where you explained why everyone had a 4-year term under these circumstances.
Yeah, it's in the very first one. I think it's Silverton Municipal Code 2210. Basically the one that defines trustees after terms. 3 trustees and 1 mayor on 1 term. The next term is going to be 3 trustees. They're all 4-year terms unless there is a vacancy, and there's 7 seats. There are no vacancies. Since there are no vacancies to be filled, every seat is a 4-year term.
And I can send out this language to you all so that you have it.
This is 2 years.
Yeah, no, Jess's seat was only 2 years and Tyler would have had 2. So that's what I was saying, because
They're already filling.
whatever, I don't.
They're already filling vacancies, and this election is not filling a vacancy.
Understood.
Because we're not approaching a election with a empty seat. All seats are already filled. If we were approaching it to where, say,
Language, it's written out here.
say if one of the trustees had 2 years left.
I only signed up for a 2-year term, so I didn't.
Exactly. But you were appointed, so you got to the end of the 2 year. So
Oh, no, I got to the next election.
All right, if
I
you
know.
guys,
that was the 2
if
year.
Matt or Gloria can share that language for clarification, that'd be awesome.
Yep, sending it now.
Cool. And then, all right, public comment. Is there anybody left in the room?
There's a fire tablet.
Yep. All right.
No one in the room.
Zoom participant, fire tablet. Any public comment? All right, we're closing public comment. And then I guess my question directed to Gloria is the request for executive session so time sensitive that we should do it, or can we do it another time?
We can do it another time. I would request that you deny my request.
We deny your request.
I'm going to make a motion to deny the request to move into executive session. Just wait till y'all get a little older, trust me.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. It's 11:08 p.m. and I adjourn this meeting. Have a good night.
Okay, and I would have
Thank you.
adjusted my vote
Thanks for
had I
coming in
known
time.
that we were going to adjourn for the
Thank you.
executive, we weren't going to do the executive session. I would have voted to continue.
Oh,
It's only 10 minutes, but.
See you guys.
Just wait.
Thanks, guys.
Good night.
Good meeting, you guys. Wow.
Woo.
Good meeting.